Hi all, so what I'm taking you to is a breaking news situation out of Tampa, Florida. This is people stuck on a roller coaster, and we're going to go head back in that direction now. Thanks so much for tuning into Fox 10 News Now. Here's what I know. The view from Skyfox shows passengers being taken off the Chakra roller coaster at Busch Gardens after it became stuck on the tracks. Information about how the coaster became stuck is unknown. Rescue teams helping each individual off the ride, and they appear to be strapped with a harness. Steps next to the coaster were being used to walk people down from the high point in the ride's track. And there was also a card brought up next to the coaster with chairs apparently used to bring riders down without having to walk the steps. We're going to have continuous updates. We are leaning on Fox 13 out of Tampa for additional details, but that's what we've got going on right now out of Tampa, Florida. Looks like these people are being helped off this roller coaster. And let me look at their Twitter page to see if they're live tweeting the incident. Apparently, Evan Lambert is on the case out in Tampa, tweeting, "Were you stuck on this ride, or are you still there looking to interview you? If so." This started, looking back at their Twitter page, this has been going on for approximately 10 minutes. "64 people were rescued from this roller coaster ride." 64 people. Here is a picture care of Evan Lambert at Fox 13 giving us, let's see here, let me open this up and give you a view of what this used to look like, what this looked like earlier. Again, 64 people were rescued, and they're in the process of being rescued, but that does not look like 64 people still on there. I cannot imagine what that experience is like, but actually, let's wait and watch this woman being rescued, and then I'll take you over to some pictures from, I'd say probably 15 minutes ago, when there were a lot more individuals stuck on this ride. This is at Busch Gardens in Tampa, and we're seeing live video of this for about, I'd say 10 to 15 minutes. So I don't know how long this has been actually going on, but for about 10 or 15 minutes, I can see via our Fox station out of Tampa that they have been covering this, and that looks so scary and uncomfortable.
Hey guys.
So again, 64 people were being rescued, and it looks like we're down to just a few more. Obviously, they've done an amazing job of quickly getting there to help. And so they describe here the card brought up next to the coaster with chairs used to bring riders down without having to walk the steps. Well, see, now I'm seeing bodies that I didn't see before. So it looks like a few more people are still on this ride that I couldn't even see from the angle we were looking at. All right, let's head back to Tampa Fox 13's Twitter page. Again, I cannot imagine what it's like to be in this position. 64 people were stuck on this roller coaster at Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida, and we are watching a live rescue. Oh, I'm just getting anxiety looking at this. I'm going to remove the lower third so you can have a better view. So it looks like we're down to just a few more individuals that are making their way off of this ride that got stuck. I mean, this is not the way. This is you're not taking home a good experience when you are having to be evacuated from a roller coaster.
I got something for you.
And see, that's what they were describing to us earlier as the cart where people could step down. I wish that I had a larger view, but I don't know if they would pan out, but I don't know if that would give me even more anxiety. Okay, see them walking off there right to the right? So what are all these pieces that they're taking? They're just now it looks like they're just dissecting this roller coaster, and they're taking pieces with them. All right, so I'll have the lower third up and down, but because I want you to know where we're at. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I was telling you that, all right, there is one of the tweets. I'll go big here in a second. I was telling you that we've had access to this video, which we have. We've had access to this video for 15, 20 minutes. So I was under the assumption that an emergency phone call was made within the last half an hour, and we were there. We're Fox. Sky Fox is very timely. However, Evan Lambert of Fox 13 reports that people were stuck on this ride for at least an hour. At least an hour. This is at Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida. Now we're watching what it looks to be employees completely take apart this ride. We're watching them just carry pieces off. So that's interesting to see. But people stuck on this ride for at least an hour, and I'm just getting anxiety watching these workers take parts off the roller coaster. I cannot imagine what it was like for these people stuck in this awkward position for at least an hour. We're going to continue to watch this unfold, and I will keep looking to Fox 13 out of Tampa Bay for additional details. Evan seems to be on the case, and let's see if he has any interesting photos I can share with you. Yeah, so were they allowing other people to just kind of hang out and continue to watch? Wouldn't you want to just get everybody away from the scene? This was taken by riders reporting some have been stuck for at least an hour. Pics coming from visitors at Busch Gardens. Let's see if they've tweeted anything. I'll go back to the live view. Well, last they tweeted 6 hours ago, our Sesame Street Safari for Fun Kids Weekend will kick off with a Cookie Monster party. I don't care if your roller coasters have issues. I would attend a Cookie Monster party. That's good marketing. So we are watching this rescue out of Tampa, Florida. We're at Busch Gardens where a roller coaster was stuck. And we are watching, it looks like engineers or employees dissect the roller coaster. You're seeing them pull pieces like seat. I don't even know what some of these pieces are. It looks like floor. I mean, look at that. So they're taking, is it the track? They're dissecting it. They're either going left or they're going right. I've seen them take off pieces to the left and to the right of them. They're going down the stairs on the right side, and I haven't really seen what's going on the left yet. But 64 people were stuck on this ride for up to an hour or over an hour. And this is again out of Tampa, Florida, Busch Gardens. But an interesting visual. I'm glad I haven't seen anyone reported hurt. I hope that number 0 stays that way. But interesting visuals out of Tampa, Florida. Right, so again, what we're watching now is what appears to be employees breaking down the roller coaster and taking apart the tracks. So, very interesting visuals out of Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida. I'm calling this the roller coaster rescue. There are 64 people on this roller coaster for over an hour. That's a long afternoon that you definitely did not sign up for when, oh no, no. When you know you're going to Busch Gardens, you're not anticipating an hour long. You're anticipating an hour long wait. Waiting in lines. Waiting for a soda pop or an ice cream cone. You're not anticipating sitting on a roller coaster track stuck for over an hour. So grateful that no one is hurt, but some very interesting visuals out of Tampa, Florida today. And I see Skyfox is up, but I don't know where it's going. Let me check to see if I have an update on where Skyfox is headed. All right, so where are they taking me now? Let's find out together, shall we? I don't know where this is, but you and I will find out what we're looking at. All right, so obviously we're out of Tennessee.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I am very pleased and relieved tonight to announce that the Amber Alert issued for the Rogersville Police Department on May 5th for Carly Trent has been successfully resolved. Carly is safe tonight because of an entire community pulling together and working with law enforcement to bring her home. But our work isn't done. In the coming days and weeks, we will work with the District Attorney, Dan Armstrong, to ensure that Gary Simpson is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Gary Simpson is charged with especially aggravated kidnapping, but officers and agents will pursue additional charges if warranted. As part of the Child Abduction Response Protocol, strategies were put in place to aid in bringing Carly home. One of these techniques is to ask the public to check their property, barns, outbuildings, and four-wheel trailers. 2 conscientious Hawkins County residents did just that. Donnie Lawson and Baptist minister Roger Carpenter found Gary Simpson and Carly Trent deep into their property along trails only accessible by four-wheel drive. Mr. Carpenter held Gary Simpson at gunpoint while Mr. Lawson called 911 and rescued Carly. We are sure the family of Carly Trent sends their heartfelt thanks to the actions that were taken today. We would like to thank the Rogersville Police Department, Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, the United States Marshals Service, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Tennessee Emergency Management, and the Tennessee National Guard for all their assistance in this case. At this time, we'll take a few questions. As you might expect, this is really evolving pretty quick, and so we don't have a lot, but I will try to answer any question that you might have.
Director, what can you tell us about Carly's condition? What do we know at this point?
She appeared to be okay, but obviously we're going to have to take her and get medically treated and advised, and we'll see from there. She's en route to the hospital right now. Any other questions?
Gary Simpson, do you know how long they've been in that location for?
No, we don't. It's just too early. It's very rural. In fact, there was very little phone service there. We even had trouble contacting our agents that are on the scene right now because there's just such little cell phone service in that area.
Can you elaborate any more on what you think his motive might have been, or what it was that led you to say that you believe that she might be in imminent danger of harm or death?
Well, anytime someone is taken like this, kidnapped, we know that time's not on our side. and we've got to act and react very quickly. So we want to take the most precautions that we can. And part of that is putting the word out that we felt she was in danger, imminent danger, because our intelligence was telling us that. But thank God she was rescued safe, and we'll just hope that all the medical examinations turn out positive.
Were you able to recover the van?
Yes.
Was it there in the location? Did they have a campsite set up?
It was close. It was close.
They were camping?
It was close. The van was in close proximity. But obviously, where they were at, we could only access by board. So that tells you how rural it was and how deep back in there it was.
We've been seeing this constant pressure the last week from the TBI and other law enforcement, keeping the word out there, making sure that Amber Alert stays on billboards. Did that make a difference?
Well, you know, we hope it did. We think it did. In cases like this, we've learned from analyzing cases from not just here in Tennessee, but all over the country, that you've got to keep pressure out there. You've got to keep the word out there. You've got to keep the public involved, and that's what we were trying to do. And once again, I think it worked. You know, the public is who rescued Carter, and without keeping them involved and without their assistance, I wouldn't be standing here right now.
Do you know, was Simpson armed?
That I do not.
Do you know if the residents who found him had any law enforcement training, or if they just saw him and happened to have a gun and said, stay where you are?
That I don't know, but I know they were, you know, we had asked all residents to go onto their properties to see what they could see. And I think this is just two heroes that went onto the property just to see, by chance, could they be there? And they were. I think this is a clear message that we should send to the public, that we got to have your help in these type of cases.
Can you repeat the names of the men?
Yes. Donnie Lawson and Roger Carpenter.
And was Carpenter the minister?
Carpenter was the minister, yes.
Would you imagine they would be eligible now for this reward, which I heard was up to $40,000?
We'll just have to sit down and they very well could be. Very well could be. And duly deserved. Absolutely. I mean, you can't put a price on Carla's life. So.
You said it was their property. Are they related, or is it one of the? Do you have any
I
idea?
don't know.
What are Carly's spirits like now that she's been found?
I can't.
Did you think all along that he likely was fairly close by? There were sightings, you know, as far away as Idaho. And I mean, was your focus still, he didn't go far?
Absolutely. Our intelligence was telling us that. Our experience was telling us that. In these type of cases, you're going to get leads from all over the country coming in, and we're going to run those leads out. But our focus was still in that area. Obviously, we still had our command post up there. We were still really putting a lot of pressure on that area.
In addition to that kidnapping charge, any idea what other charges might be pending?
We won't know until, like I said, we'd like to get some examinations done and do some interviews and go from there. One more question?
Do you know if she had any awareness that there was this big search going on for her and that she could possibly be in danger?
We hadn't talked to her. Like I say, she's en route to the hospital. Our first concern right now is to get her examined by the proper medical staff, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you for coming
Thank
out.
you.
As we mentioned earlier, there is a lot of information that is still going to be available as this case unfolds, and we will provide to you what we're able to at this time. But in light of the good news of this, we wanted to be sure and get the information because we've all depended upon you to get the word out. So thank you for everything that you have done. And as we have more information, more details, you can continue to email us as you always do, and we'll provide that as we are able to as it becomes available.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Margie talking, or?
Did you have questions for her?
Oh, I thought she was taking.
She was going to answer some questions if you had any about like the Amber Alert aspects. Did you have?
Yeah, that would be great, yeah.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, it's just, are you still on there? Yeah. So there you have it, guys. You got to hear it all, and I think we have a special agent now that's going to give us some sound as well. So what's the name? I have one. So let's listen to
Yeah, can you
this.
just see if there's a plan for us?
Margie does not have a statement, so if you all have any questions that you wanted to ask her related to the Amber Alert, yeah, go ahead.
My name is Margie Quinn, by the way, Quin, and I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the TBI, and I've been the statewide Amber Alert coordinator for about 10 years.
Margie, at what point in time did you realize that you needed to upgrade this from an endangered child alert to an Amber Alert?
Sure. The Rogersville Police Department called the TBI at about 8 o'clock in the evening on the 4th. And I talked with detectives, and James Trent was there at the police department. I spoke with him. Because initially the custody was a little murky, we went to an endangered child alert. We knew that he had taken her under false pretenses, and we were very concerned about the manner in which he took her and some of the preparations that he made before he took her. So we issued that endangered child alert. We were able to obtain a warrant, or the Rogersville Police Department obtained a warrant overnight, and we upgraded to the Amber Alert first thing on the 5th, the morning of the 5th.
You have so many tips coming in when you put out an Amber Alert. How do you kind of go through them and decide which ones are important and which might not be?
Sure. We have a child abduction response strategy. We have child abduction response teams across the state that are certified teams through the Department of Justice. So we put in place immediately that protocol. And part of that is looking at and analyzing the tips and leads that come in to the 1-800-TBI Find line. We took an incredible 1,850 leads on this particular case. We're looking to see if that's a record on an Amber Alert in that short a time period.
How many?
1,850 leads in 7 days, which is an inordinate amount of leads. And that doesn't include the leads that came into Missouri and Idaho and the other 22 states that took leads on sightings for this little girl. So part of the protocol is that supervisors and case agents are looking at those leads as they come in and they're prioritizing them. So if a lead comes in and I saw this car on I-75 north of Georgia yesterday, obviously that's a lower priority lead than a lead that comes in that says, hey, I just saw this car parked in the McDonald's parking lot. I think that the subject in the car looks a lot like Gary Simpson. That obviously is a much higher priority lead, and we're going to send somebody immediately to follow up on that lead.
Can you kind of talk a little bit about what happens in the moments after now this child's been rescued, going to the hospital to be examined, and then what point do you or investigators really get in and talk to her, and then I don't know if you're dealing with Simpson as well, or if that's outside what you guys will be dealing with.
We will be involved in all parts of the investigation.
So what are the
from here
steps,
forward.
kind of?
Again, the director said that the first steps are to make sure that she is physically okay. So she will go through examination. She's at the hospital. She'll be cared for. Depending on what state she's in will depend on whether or not we conduct interviews with her and talk to her tonight or tomorrow or next week. It will really depend on what her medical condition is and what her emotional condition is. We will also participate in interviews with Gary Simpson if he consents to the interview. And we will be involved in all parts of the investigation.
Talk about, I mean, when you upgrade to that Amber Alert, that the idea is to put that constant pressure on.
Yes.
That's important in a case when there's a missing little girl. Talk
Right.
about that.
The Amber Alert system, which was put in place in 1996 as a result of the disappearance or kidnapping of Amber Hagerman in Arlington, Texas. It's a system that's been in place over 20 years. I think we just celebrated the 20-year anniversary of the Amber Alert system. It is a wildly successful system in our country, and it has resulted in the successful rescue of hundreds and hundreds of children. Children that may not have been rescued prior to the Amber Alert system being put in place. I'm prejudiced, but I think we have a really good system here in the state of Tennessee. We have great partners. The media obviously is one of the most important partners that we have in the Amber Alert system. Without you all helping us put the word out to all law enforcement, all the citizens, all the communities across our state, it would not be successful. So a big thanks to the media for sticking with us through these grueling 7 days.
This could be a record-breaking number of leads.
It could be, but we don't know that yet.
Why do you think this generated so much attention compared to other Amber Alerts?
We've talked about that, and I think that for one thing, we had all three. So we had the trifecta. We had the 9-year-old girl. We had identified the suspect, and we had a good vehicle description, a very unique vehicle that was out there. So I think that generated quite a lot of sightings. And she's a 9-year-old girl, and you look at the photos and the videos of her, and there's no way that that doesn't touch your heart when you see that. If you see it on Facebook or you see it on Twitter or on your news cast at night, I think the public was very invested in bringing Carly home.
How helpful was his wife in any way, Simpson's wife? And do you look through his things at his house? I mean, if he has phone records, if he has a computer, all of that, did you guys go through it?
I won't comment specifically about the investigation, but
In general?
his wife was very cooperative. All his family members were very cooperative, and they were talked to numerous times. They were very cooperative with law enforcement.
Any reason to believe anyone else might be involved, or was this Simpson alone?
It's too early to tell.
So that's a possibility.
Anything's a possibility at this point.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, Margie.
Thanks again, everyone. We will keep you updated if you have any questions, and if we're able to answer them, we'll let you know.
Thank you, Steve.
You bet.
That's it. So that wraps it up from here. What we'll do, of course, is still seek more answers. Josh Devine, the PIO, is in East Tennessee. So he will be there on the front lines as we learn more about exactly what Carly perhaps is telling investigators. And we should also learn more about exactly what happened to her during this time, whether or not there's anything more. Was she hurt in some way? Was she sexually assaulted, which is something you're going to have to check for. And we'll also learn whether or not there's anything more that Simpson is going to be saying or talking to with regard to why he did this, and if he did this, and if he admits to taking her. Of course, he was caught with her, so we know that, but he's still just charged. And here comes Josh Devine. I thought he was on his way over to, I thought you were headed to East Tennessee. Oh, you're here. Okay, we're going back. Great job. You guys, terrific.
Appreciate it.
Terrific job. TBI did a fantastic job. I'm just doing Facebook Live here, so you were, yeah. What do you? Yeah, there he is, Josh. The whole country knows you now, but we just got done with the news conference with Commissioner Gwynn, and at this point, you guys still have a lot of unanswered questions, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, because there's really two different aspects of this. It's like the whole missing child thing, and now that that's been resolved and we've got her, there's still the criminal investigation on the front end that actually led us to the point. So there's still a lot of work that we've got to do.
She's undergoing a physical examination, everything to see whether or not there's anything more. I mean, we don't know if he did anything to her.
No, we don't. But the fact of the matter is, she's been gone for a week and change, and you saw what kind of food they had.
Yeah.
It was extremely limited, so it's possible she might need fluids, maybe malnourished. There's just a whole battery of things they want to take a look at, more as a precaution than anything.
Yeah. Well, you guys, again, terrific job.
Thanks.
Josh.
Appreciate
Great.
Josh.
TBI really did a fantastic job staying on this, and Josh was on the front line, and he kept us very well informed, so appreciate him on all that. So everyone, I know you've been following this from across the country. That was as best as we could do for you audio-wise during Facebook Live, but that's the very latest on all of this, and much more to come. Tonight, if I get more information, I'll Facebook Live from home or update on this website, or rather my Facebook page, NC5_Nick Barris. Stick with that. But the bottom line on this, in case you're just joining, is that two men exploring some private property owned by one of them, a Baptist minister, Roger Carpenter, the other, Donnie Lawson, stumbled upon the two of them, and the minister held Simpson at gunpoint while Lawson called 911. There's a $40,000 reward. If these guys don't get it, something's wrong. These guys are heroes. They held them, and the police arrived, took them into custody. Great job by them. They said, by the way, and this is thanks to you and all of the public out there that followed this story, they may have a record, nearly 2,000 tips over the past week that they followed up on from all over the country. And of course, as it turned out, they ended up finding Carly just only about 13 miles from where she was abducted. He stayed nearby all along. They've got him, and now I'm just hoping that this was what he told her, just an extended vacation or camping trip, and maybe she's a little hungry and no worse for the wear.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is that man you were just hearing, I found him. There's his Facebook page. Let's go back and watch some of... So he's clearly been heavily involved in the Carly Trent case. Let's go back and see... 8 hours ago, he posted 8 days now since Carly Trent was taken by her uncle Gary Simpson and vanished in his Dodge van. He is wanted on a kidnapping warrant. Here's the latest. The TBI now believes that as more time passes, the more troubling and dangerous things become for Carly. Oh, I spelled her name wrong. Excuse me. Poor baby. Here we go. All right, so
it's true.
they believe that the more time that passed, the more troubling and dangerous things became for Carly. Agents now considered her to be at risk of harm or death. So that's just 8 hours ago. This comes after reports. Simpson's relatives began calling police with allegations he is a dangerous pedophile. Multiple law enforcement sources have confirmed on condition of anonymity that relatives of Simpsons claimed he sexually abused them when they were children, but the incidents weren't reported at the time because his family was afraid of him. It's important to note that TBI has not confirmed those reports, but obviously something they've learned during this ongoing investigation has made them more concerned about Carly's well-being. For the record, Simpson does not have a criminal record. The TBI is expected to provide more updates today, but still no confirmed sightings. I do know more volunteers are helping in the search in East Tennessee, around Rogersville, where Carly disappeared. Some, I'm told, are using drones to fly over wooded areas, looking for signs of a hidden campsite possibly set up by Simpson. The reward remains $15,000, but will likely soon be increased. Remember to keep an eye out for the van with Tennessee plate 173 GPS. It's my belief Simpson drove to a hidden location last Wednesday and parked the van and has not driven it since. That would explain no confirmed sightings, but I have to believe if they are camping, then supplies could be running low. If and when Simpson ventures out, that's when someone will spot him. All right, so this is Nick Barris 8 hours ago. That was just 8 hours ago. An hour ago, breaking news, TBI en route right now to Hawkins County report a possible sighting of suspect Gary Simpson and Carly. This is near Rogersville. Efforting details, they have found Carly safe. Her uncle is in custody. That's the word from authorities in Hawkins County. This comes 8 days after she disappeared. Hooray. Yes, U.S. Marshals confirm. Please share this post. Details to come. 19,000 shares. All right, 49 minutes ago, I'm told a homeowner or hiker helped in the search spotted Carly and Gary Simpson in a wooded area outside Rogersville. He tipped police, who then took Simpson into custody. Carly has been taken to the hospital for an examination, but I'm told did not appear to be injured. Her father and sister will meet her at the hospital. All right, so let's watch his Facebook Live. So he was there for the beginning of everything too.
Coming in now, did you say?
Yeah, they're right outside. I forgot one other name too. I don't know that he's going to be available for questions.
Okay, we are live right now here in
Dr. Jason Locke. Jason, Jason Locke.
Okay, listen, we're standing by live here at
Thanks
TBI
so much.
headquarters, and this news conference is about to start. In fact, I see Director Mark Gwynn coming in right now. He's going to be giving a statement, and then we'll have an opportunity to take questions. Are we on the mic? Okay, here we go. And we're picking up the mic.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I am very pleased and relieved tonight to announce that the Amber Alert issued for the Rogersville Police Department on May 5th for Carly Trent has been successfully resolved. Carly is safe tonight because of an entire community pulling together and working with law enforcement to bring her home. But our work isn't done. In the coming days and weeks, we will work with the District Attorney, Dan Armstrong, to ensure that Gary Simpson is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Gary Simpson is charged with especially aggravated kidnapping, but officers and agents will pursue additional charges if warranted. As part of the Child Abduction Response Protocol, strategies were put in place to aid in bringing Carly home. One of these techniques is to ask the public to check their property, barns, outbuildings, and four-wheel trailers. 2 conscientious Hawkins County residents did just that. Donnie Lawson and Baptist minister Roger Carpenter found Gary Simpson and Carly Trent deep into their property along trails only accessible by four-wheel drive. Mr. Carpenter held Gary Simpson at gunpoint while Mr. Lawson called 911 and rescued Carly. We are sure the family of Carly Trent sends their heartfelt thanks to the actions that were taken today. We would like to thank the Rogersville Police Department, Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, the United States Marshal Service, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Tennessee Emergency Management, and the Tennessee National Guard for all their assistance in this case. At this time, we'll take a few questions. As you might expect, this is really evolving pretty quick, and so we don't have a lot, but I will try to answer any question that you might have.
Director, what can you tell us about Carly's condition? What do we know at this point?
She appeared to be okay, but obviously we're going to have to take her and get medically treated and advised, and we'll see from there. She's en route to the hospital right now. Any other questions?
Gary Simpson, do you know how long they've been in that location for?
No, we don't. It's just too early. It's very rural. In fact, there was very little phone service there. We've been having trouble contacting our agents that are on the scene right now because there's just such little cell phone service in that area.
Can you elaborate any more on what you think his motive might have been, or what it was that led you to say that you believe that she might be in imminent danger of harm or death?
Well, anytime someone is taken like this, kidnapped, we know the time's not on our side. And we've got to act and react very quickly. So we want to take the most precautions that we can. And part of that is putting the word out that we felt she was in danger, imminent danger, because our intelligence was telling us that. But thank God she was rescued safe. And we'll just hope that all the medical examinations turn out positive.
Were you able to recover the van?
Yes.
Was it there in the location? Did they have a campsite set up?
It was close. It was close.
They were camping?
It was close. The van was in close proximity. But obviously, where they were at, we could only access by four-wheelers. So that tells you how rural it was and how deep back in there it was.
We've been seeing this constant pressure the last week from the TBI and other law enforcement, keeping the word out there, making sure that Amber Alert stays on billboards. Did that make a difference?
Well, we hope it did. We think it did. In cases like this, we've learned from analyzing cases from not just here in Tennessee, but all over the country, that you've got to keep pressure out there. You've got to keep the word out there. You've got to keep the public involved, and that's what we were trying to do. And once again, I think it worked. The public is who rescued Carly, and without keeping them involved and without their assistance, I wouldn't be standing here right now.
Do you know, was Simpson armed?
That I do not know.
Do you know if the residents who found him had any law enforcement training, or if they just saw him and happened to have a gun and said, stay where you are?
That I don't know, but I know they were, we had asked all residents to go onto their properties to see what they could see. And I think this is just two heroes that went onto the property just to see, by chance, could they be there, and they were. I think this is a clear message that we should send to the public, that we gotta have your help in these type of cases.
Can you repeat the names of the men?
Yes. Donnie Lawson and Roger Carpenter.
And was Carpenter the minister?
Carpenter was the minister, yes.
Would you imagine they would be eligible now for this reward, which I heard was up to $40,000?
We'll just have to sit down and they very well could be, very well could be. And duly deserved it, absolutely. I mean, you can't put a price on Carly's life, so.
You said was their property, are they related, or is it one of the, do you have any idea?
I don't know. That I don't know.
What are Carly's spirits like now that she's been found?
I can't.
Did you think all along that he likely was fairly close by? There were sightings, as far away as Idaho, and I mean, was your focus still, he didn't go far?
Absolutely. Our intelligence was telling us that. Our experience was telling us that. In these type of cases, you're going to get leads from all over the country coming in, and we're going to run those leads out. But our focus was still in that area. Obviously, we still had our command post up there. We were still really putting a lot of pressure on that area.
In addition to that kidnapping charge, any idea what other charges might be pending?
Yeah, we won't know until, like I said, we want to get some examinations done and do some interviews and go from there. One more question.
Do you know if she had any awareness that there was this big search going on for her and that she could possibly be in danger?
We hadn't talked to her. Like I say, she's en route to the hospital. Our first concern right now is to get her examined by the proper medical staff, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you for coming
Thank
out.
you.
As we mentioned earlier, there's a lot of information that is still going to be available as this case unfolds, and we will provide to you what we're able to at this time. But in light of the good news of this, we wanted to be sure and get the information because we've all depended upon you to get the word out. So thank you for everything that you have done. And as we have more information, more details, you can continue to email us as you always do, and we'll provide that as we are able to as it becomes available.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is
Are they not
Margie
taking?
talking or?
Did you have questions for her?
Oh, I thought she was taking the
She was going to answer some questions if you had any about like the Amber Alert aspects. Did you have?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Hang on, let's just see. Are you still on there? Yep. So there you have it, guys. You got to hear it all, and I think we have a special agent now that's going to give us some sound as well. So we'll send in. Hi, how are you? So let's listen into this.
Can you just see if there's a plan for it?
So Margie does not have a statement, so if you all have any questions that you wanted to ask her related to the Amber Alert, yeah, go ahead.
My name is Margie Quinn, by the way, Q-U-I-N, and I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the TBI, and I've been a statewide Amber Alert coordinator for about 10 years.
Margie, at what point in time did you realize that you needed to upgrade this from an endangered child alert to an Amber Alert?
Sure. The Rogersville Police Department called the TBI at about 8 o'clock in the evening on the 4th. And I talked with detectives, and James Trent was there at the police department. I spoke with him. Because initially the custody was a little murky, we went to an endangered child alert. We knew that he had taken her under false pretenses, and we were very concerned about the manner in which he took her and some of the preparations that he made before he took her. So we issued that endangered child alert. We were able to obtain a warrant, the Rogersville Police Department obtained a warrant overnight, and we upgraded to the Amber Alert first thing on the 5th, the morning of the 5th.
You have so many tips coming in when you put out an Amber Alert. How do you kind of go through them and decide which ones are important and which might not be?
Sure. We have a child abduction response strategy. We have child abduction response teams across the state that are certified teams through the Department of Justice. So we put in place immediately that protocol. And part of that is looking at and analyzing the tips and leads that come in to the 1-800-TBI Find line. We took an incredible 1,850 leads on this particular case. We're looking to see if that's a record on an Amber Alert in that short a time.
How many?
1,850 leads in 7 days. which is an inordinate amount of leads. And that doesn't include the leads that came into Missouri and Idaho and the other 22 states that took leads. Supervisors and case agents are looking at those leads as they come in and prioritizing them. So if a lead comes in and it's, I saw this car on I-75 north of Georgia yesterday, obviously that's a lower priority lead than a lead that comes in and says, hey, I just saw this car parked in the McDonald's parking lot. I think that the subject in the car looks a lot like Gary Simpson. That obviously is a much higher priority lead, and we're going to send somebody immediately to follow up on that lead.
Can you kind of talk a little bit about what happens in the moments after now this child's been rescued, going to the hospital to be examined, and then what point do you or investigators really get in and talk to her, and then I don't know if you're dealing with Simpson as well, or if that's outside what you guys will be dealing with.
We will be involved in all parts of the investigation.
So what are the steps, kind of?
Again, the director said that the first steps are to make sure that she is physically okay. So she will go through an examination. She's at the hospital. She'll be cared for. Depending on what state she's in will depend on whether or not we conduct interviews with her and talk to her tonight or tomorrow or next week. It will really depend on what her medical condition is and what her emotional condition is. We will also participate in interviews with Gary Simpson if he consents to the interview. And we will be involved in all parts of the investigation.
Talk about, I mean, when you upgrade to that Amber Alert, that the idea is to put that constant pressure on.
Yes.
That's important in the case when there's a missing little girl. Talk about that.
The Amber Alert system, which was put in place in 1996 as a result of the disappearance or kidnapping of Amber Hagerman in Arlington, Texas. It's a system that's been in place over 20 years. I think we just celebrated the 20-year anniversary of the Amber Alert system. It is a wildly successful system in our country, and it has resulted in the successful rescue of hundreds and hundreds of children. Children that may not have been rescued prior to the Amber Alert system being put in place. I'm prejudiced, but I think we have a really good system here in the state of Tennessee. We have great partners. The media obviously is one of the most important partners that we have in the Amber Alert system. Without you all helping us put the word out to all law enforcement, all the citizens, all the communities across our state, it would not be successful. So a big thanks to the media for sticking with us through these grueling 7 days.
This could be a record-breaking number of leads.
It could be, but we don't know that yet.
Why do you think this generated so much attention compared to other Amber Alert?
We've talked about that, and I think that for one thing, we had all three. So we had the trifecta. We had the 9-year-old girl. We had identified the suspect, and we had a good vehicle description, a very unique vehicle that was out there. So I think that generated quite a lot of sightings. And she's a 9-year-old girl, and you look at the photos and the videos of her, and there's no way that doesn't touch your heart. When you see that, if you see it on Facebook or you see it on Twitter or on your news cast at night, I think the public was very invested in bringing Carly home.
How helpful was his wife in any way, Simpson's wife? And do you look through his things at his house? I mean, if he has phone records, if he has a computer, all of that, did you guys go through?
I won't comment specifically about the investigation, but
in general,
his wife was very cooperative. All his family members were very cooperative, and they were talked to numerous times. They were very cooperative with law enforcement.
Any reason to believe anyone else might be involved, or was this Simpson alone?
It's too early to tell.
So that's a possibility.
Anything's a possibility at this point.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margie.
Thanks again, everyone. We will keep you updated as we're able to answer them. We'll let you know.
Thank you, Susan. That's it. That wraps it up from here. What we'll do, of course, is still seek more answers. Josh Devine, the TBI PIO right now, is in East Tennessee. So he will be there on the front lines as we learn more about exactly what Carly perhaps is telling investigators. And we should also learn more about exactly what happened to her during this time, whether or not there's anything more. Was she hurt in some way? Was she sexually assaulted, which is something they're going to have to check for. And we'll also learn whether or not there's anything more that Simpson is going to be saying or talking to with regard to why he did this, and if he did this, and if he admits to taking her. Of course, he was caught with her, so we know that, but he's still just charged. And here comes Josh Devine. I thought he was on his way over to, I thought you were headed to East Tennessee.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, we're going back. Great job.
Thank you.
You guys, terrific.
Appreciate it.
Terrific
Thank
job. TBI did a fantastic job. I'm just doing Facebook Live
Oh,
here.
are
So you were, yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, there he is, Josh. The whole country knows you now.
Yeah.
But we just got done with the news conference with Commissioner Gwynn, and at this point, you guys still have a lot of unanswered questions, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, because there's really two different aspects of this. It's like the whole missing child thing, and now that that's been resolved and we've got her, there's still the criminal investigation on the front end that actually led us to the point. So there's still a lot of work that we've got to
So
do.
she's undergoing a physical examination,
Sure.
everything to see whether or not there's anything more. I mean, we don't know if he did anything to her.
No, we don't. But the fact of the matter is, she's been gone for a week and change, and you saw what kind of food they had.
Yeah.
It was extremely limited, so it's possible she might need fluids, maybe malnourished. There's just a whole battery of things they want to take a look at, more as a precaution than anything.
Yeah. Well, you guys, again, terrific job.
Thanks.
Josh.
Appreciate
Great.
it.
TBI really did a fantastic job staying on this, and Josh was on the front line, and he kept us very well informed. So appreciate him on all that. So everyone, I know you've been following this from across the country. That was as best as we could do for you audio-wise during Facebook Live, but that's the very latest on all of this, and much more to come. Tonight, if I get more information, I'll Facebook Live from home or
it's great
update
to have
on this website, or rather my Facebook page, NC5_Nick Barris. Stick with that. But the bottom line on this, in case you're just joining, is that two men exploring some private property owned by one of them, a Baptist minister, Roger Carpenter, the other, Donnie Lawson, stumbled upon the two of them, and the minister held Simpson at gunpoint while Lawson called 911. There's a $40,000 reward. If these guys don't get it, something's wrong. And these guys are heroes. They held them, and the police arrived, took them into custody. Great job by them. They said, by the way, and this is thanks to you and all of the public out there that followed this story, they may have a record, nearly 2,000 tips over the past week that they followed up on from all over the country. And, of course, as it turned out, they ended up finding Carly just only about 13 miles from where she was abducted. He stayed nearby all along. They've got him, and now I'm just hoping that this was what he told her, just an extended vacation or camping trip, and maybe she's a little hungry and no worse for the wear. Certainly we'll know more, and appreciate everyone tuning in. Stay monitoring this Facebook page, and I'll have updates as they become available. Again, though, Carly Trent is home. Have a good evening, everyone.
All right, that is a wrap on our Carly Trent coverage. Next, I'm going to take you here to the White House. Give me a second. We're going to watch as the White House champions of change for school support.
Runs the White House Office of Public Engagement and Intergovernmental Affairs, and someone who I know is so excited to be with all of you here today, Valerie Jarrett.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the White House. We are so happy to have you all here. And our honorees, who I'm going to address in a moment, because of course it's all about you, and I just had a chance to meet them all, are supported by our friends in our labor movement as well as friends and family, because we know heroes can't be heroes without a lot of support, right? So let's begin by acknowledging all the supporters who are here supporting our heroes, right? So our school support professionals do an amazing job each and every day of helping to care for our children. And I always start with being a mom, because yes, I am a senior advisor to the president, for which I'm extremely grateful. But the most important job I have is being a mother. And knowing that when we send our children to school, it's kind of like having your heart roaming around outside of your body, as the president loves to say. And so knowing that there are people there who are contributing to the environment where they can be safe, learn, develop intellectual curiosity, a passion for learning, all of that happens because of you. Now, Champions of Change, and those on my team know this, is my favorite thing at the White House. And the reason why I love it so much is that it gives us a chance, time after time, to honor ordinary Americans who are doing extraordinary things. And as toxic as Washington, D.C. can be sometimes, the thing that really keeps us going is all of you. And to have a chance to invite you here and give you the recognition that you deserve,
All right, I am going to
from the White House, where we know all your local
I have some breaking news
media
that's
is
local,
so
so I'm
excited
going to
because
take you there. This is at Sky Harbor Airport, where they have such a crazy backup of luggage that their luggage is outside.
Isn't that bad for, like, what if you have chocolate inside?
Well, if you have chocolate inside, it is not chocolate no more. No more. It is now you've got syrup.
I would sue. What if you had an expensive purse next to your chocolate?
If you have a Chanel, what if your chocolate is in your Chanel handbag? All right, so they're having security issues with some of the machines at Sky Harbor Airport. They won't take the luggage that they can't screen right now. They won't even allow you to fly with it. So it's now just sitting in a parking lot at Sky Harbor Airport. What? That's insane. We're going to take a look at this. I think this will probably be included. I saw it in the noon, but we'll probably have more information on this during our 5 and 6 o'clock broadcast right here on Fox 10 Phoenix. Marta, if you are just now tuning in, we are at Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport. We're looking at luggage on the concrete that's out in a parking lot. There are issues with some of the machines at Sky Harbor Airport, so they can't put your luggage through them, and they're just lining them up outside on the parking lot. And it's hot outside, guys. It is a yucky, hot day in Phoenix, Arizona, so hopefully there's nothing that is going to destroy the contents of your luggage. I heard over 3,000 bags have not been able to go out with the person flying out. So a pretty unfortunate day for people needing to travel here in Phoenix. Well, I see even Spokane, Washington talking about this right now on Twitter. They say, what a nightmare. Bags are piling up at the Phoenix airport due to TSA baggage screening issues. Washington knows what's up. ESO Club 2 says, well, dang, I fly out at 5:30 a.m. Unprecedented tech issues causing thousands of bags to miss flights at Sky Harbor. Kyle Manning tweeting, Sky Harbor remains the worst despite its moniker as the friendliest airport in the world. Mercury retrograde strikes again, says Trailer Park Royalty. Counting my lucky stars today, flew from Sky Harbor to San Fran this morning and my bag made it with me. That's Becca tweeting that she flew out of Sky Harbor this morning and it was a success. And I see here Lyft taking advantage of the drama, tweeting. You can, if you're a new user, you get some credit there. Almost 100 degrees, and these bags are sitting in the parking lot of Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. 3,000 bags could not make their way to their destination with their owners today. I can only imagine what these people must be thinking, I would not be comfortable leaving my luggage that way. Storing them outside. Seth Pines tweets 1,000 plus bags coming to Tucson and San Diego International Airport to be screened because of screening issues at Sky Harbor. Alex Esparza saying stored, you mean laid out in the hot sun. I would be mad if that was my bag. Just think about, I know that I have to, you're limited in the amount of products you can bring when you travel, but I still carry them. I still carry products. And I also carry curling irons and things that could be, destroyed in the heat. Oh. Thank you, Christine. TSA statement on luggage. TSA is experiencing significant, unprecedented technical issues with its computer server allowing the automated screening of checked bags for explosives. The issue began at approximately 6:45 a.m. today. The issue is at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. The down network has resulted in more than 3,000 bags missing flights. TSA is working diligently with our airline and airport partners and using alternative screening tools to screen bags, though those methods are not as efficient as our automated system. TSA encourages passengers to continue to arrive at Phoenix Sky Harbor early. TSA is currently bringing additional canine units from other airports and bringing in network specialists to address the situation and keep passengers safe and screen all bags. Thank you for your patience and understanding in this critical matter. And again, that is a statement from the TSA at Sky Harbor in regards to the luggage that is currently sitting in the parking lot. All right, and it looks like Sky Fox is taking a break, so you and I are going to watch
The main thing is that he gets fitted.
a
If he just
video
buys something
that
off
Hook and
the
I
internet,
just
he doesn't
did.
know what he's going to get.
Hi all, Kinsey Schofield and John Hook here, and it is the most wonderful time of the year.
Christmas?
Basically. Senator Jeff Flake has released a list of studies that are federally funded that can only be described as, well, bizarre. What is this all about?
You know, he does this, and it's really good, I think, because he wants to illustrate where government is wasting your taxpayer money.
Right. I've put together a list of some of the strangest studies,
Okay.
but I've hidden a few fakes in the mix, and I want to see if you can. I want to see if you can.
Oh, it's a
spot
game
them.
show.
It is a game
Love
show.
it. Okay. Okay.
All right. So number one.
Oh, you're quizzing me now.
I'm quizzing you. So I'm giving you.
I didn't count on this. Okay.
3 options. One of them is fake. Are you ready?
Yes.
Where does it hurt the most to be stung by a bee? Why does walking with coffee cause it to spill? The science behind Kim Kardashian. One of those is fake.
Oh, man. The coffee one has got to be fake.
The coffee one is $172,000. They're spending on.
$172,000 to find out why coffee spills when you walk.
I know, lazy person.
Isn't that
It's
pretty
called
obvious?
A lid. It's called a lid. It's the science behind Kim Kardashian that I made up. They're spending $1 million on finding out where it hurts the most to be stung by a bee. Do Republicans and Democrats look different? Does Donald Trump tan? Do drunk birds slur when they sing? One of those is fake.
I think the Donald Trump is fake.
Good job, because we're spending $50,000 to determine if Republicans and Democrats look different, and we're spending $5 million to find out if birds slur when they're drunk and they sing.
How much on the Republican Democrat if they look different?
$50,000.
I think there's some actual use for that.
Really?
Wouldn't you like to know if you're at a cocktail party before you open your big trap?
What makes goldfish feel sexy? Why is yawning contagious? How many Twitter followers make you famous?
Goldfish sexy. I can't imagine you can even determine that.
Well, you know what? We spent $3.9 million trying to determine what makes goldfish feel sexy.
Are goldfish sexy?
I've never felt that way. And then we spent
This is great.
$1 million to determine why yawning is contagious, and I am very curious, but not $1 million curious. That's a lot of handbags. Could you outrun a dinosaur? How long does it take to pee like a racehorse? Do Nikes make you run faster?
All or false?
No, only the Nikes making you run faster. We spent $1.9 million to determine whether or not you can outrun a dinosaur. $331,000 on how long does it take to pee like a racehorse.
All right. Well, the racehorse one, after a long night at a bar, that may be valid. You may need to know that.
Right.
The outrunning the dinosaur, unless you're in the...
Unless you're Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, unless you're in the 5th sequel to Jurassic Park, I don't think you need to know that.
All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay.
Let us know how you did, because I'm sure you are going along with John Hook and I. And
Are you guys as shocked as we are at how your money's being spent?
Absolutely.
That's great.
And for a full list of Senator Jeff Flake's fun list, check out fox10phoenix.com. Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Kinsey. Good stuff. I mean,
laughs.
yeah. Well, they're inventing ways to spend your money, folks. Isn't it great? Isn't Washington grand?
Wow. That was fun. I enjoyed
Wasn't
that.
So cute.
That was fun.
I love it. So,
Very well edited, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what was of all those that we just played with, what was the most outrageous one for you?
Being like a racehorse. No.
It's like, didn't we all, wasn't that college? Can't we
You know,
just let it go?
we left some good bits on the cutting room floor, actually,
Yeah.
about where it's most painful to be stung.
We did. I was just trying to save our jobs.
You can imagine.
But that was
Right.
that was so much fun to do with you, and I knew you would be the perfect person to do it with because you're very knowledgeable in politics, and you have a relationship with a lot of these guys that sign along the dotted line.
Yeah. You know, the problem is there may be a good bill that they want to sign, and they look at it and they go, boy, there's a bunch of junk in here, the pork barrel stuff that
Right.
I don't like,
Right.
but I need this for Arizona. We need a road built. We need a water treatment facility, and it's in there, and we need that, but I've got to vote for this other idiot.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And so that's how this stuff gets done.
Right.
Everybody piles in their pork.
Yeah.
And
well, I also think
it's sick.
that maybe I had this conversation yesterday too. Maybe the actual study is what causes goldfish to, mate you
And
know.
so it's a portion of the
right,
study.
but we manipulate it to make it look sillier, like maybe.
Well, that wouldn't be we. That'd be Jeff Flake.
Oh.
Let's
no,
give
it's not
credit-
us.
let's give
it's not
credit
us.
where credit's due.
That's true. This is Jeff Flake's. This is
This
Jeff
is his
Flake's
bit.
list. But
This
yeah,
is his bit.
And this is how often do they release? Because McCain releases lists like this too. How often do they release this stuff? Because
I don't know.
Samia asked what I meant by the most.
I thought it was every quarter.
Samia asked what I meant by the most wonderful time of the year, and I was like, this is something they regularly do.
They do. Yeah, they do. And Flake makes a pretty big production out of it.
Right. Well, I thought that was
It's good.
very
I mean, they
cute.
should be keeping an eye on it. What I'm not seeing is that even though they're keeping an eye on it,
They're
I'm
putting
not
the hammer
seeing
down,
any
like,
restraint.
stop. Right.
Yeah, I'm not. They're saying, look how idiotic this is. Look how idiotic we all are, but we're not stopping it.
Yeah.
Right? It keeps happening.
Well, he doesn't want to be Trump's VP.
Can you run?
He could have made.
Can you run for something?
I told you, I'm ready for you to run. I'll do your social media. I'm your
no,
girl.
that job, I'll tell you, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know.
Well, go get ready for the 5.
I think people go in with honorable intentions and they get corrupted by the whole thing.
I've heard so many people say that,
Yeah,
and
they
you're
do.
right.
They do.
I believe you're right. Good moral compass, and then
Yep.
they're swayed.
That's where term limits might be a good thing.
Right.
Get you out of there before you're twisted
Before
up
you're
in knots.
corrupt.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm going to play this video of
Bye, guys.
Samia and Ron Hoon next.
Oh, really?
Hey everyone, Samia Khan and Ron Hoon here. Ron, George Zimmerman was trending all morning. I obviously clicked to find out why. Apparently, he had put up the gun that he used to shoot Trayvon Martin. He put that gun up for auction.
Yeah, and when it was up, which it's already been taken down.
Yes.
But the word that we had was that he was going to start the bidding at the online auction site at $5,000. I know that social media blew up on it. You were looking at tweets, and
So
you
many
said it
tweets.
was almost unanimous the way people were just outraged.
Oh, absolutely outraged. I saw tweets about how whoever buys Zimmerman's gun should then use it to shoot him. People tweeting complete disappointment.
The guy seems so boneheaded that he almost seems incapable of making smart decisions.
Right, I want to read some of the quotes listed in this auction.
Okay.
So he said that this was a piece of American history. He also claimed that the Smithsonian Museum was interested in it, and the Smithsonian actually tweeted saying that they had no interest in the gun,
Okay.
but he did claim that in the listing.
Yeah.
Also, he claimed that the proceeds would go to fight the Black Lives Matter movement, as well as Hillary Clinton's campaign.
And to say, I'm going to do this so that we can move on, is doing the exact opposite. It's just bringing more negative publicity to yourself and more pain to the Martin family.
Right.
So, yeah, the shock that people have been dealing with is really understandable. So, we would love to get your comments. It's already been taken down, but what about the fact that he would even do it in the first place?
Well, and here's the thing. At the end of the day, it is technically his possession, so he is legally allowed to do it.
Sure.
But should that be a thing?
Right.
Let us know, guys, in the comment section below.
All right, so next I'm going to take you to Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference, and that's going to be, a portion of our Politics on FNN segment. Oh, hi. I'm in the corner now. I pressed the wrong button. Good to see you, too. Here she is.
Trump has said about immigrants, Mexican immigrants are bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. That's what he said about Mexican immigrants. Steve King, no relation to Chairman Peter King, said for everyone who's a valedictorian, there are another 100 out there who weigh 130 pounds, and they have calves the size of cantaloupes because they're hauling in 75 pounds of marijuana across the desert. Another shocking Trump remark. Women should face some form of punishment for their reproductive health decisions, and their doctors as well. He went on to say that. Republicans right now are putting researchers, doctors, and women in danger. The Select Committee, a secret subpoena, represents a dangerous Republican descent into anti-women McCarthyism, a brazen campaign of intimidation. This morning, you probably have seen it, this morning, Democrats on the committee sent a letter to Speaker Ryan calling the committee's abusive conduct and blatant violations of House rules calling for the committee to be disbanded. That's what the Republicans have been doing, and the Republican establishment appears shocked at what Trump has said when it is a direct reflection of what goes on here all the time, with people in power to bring their vitriol to committee, to the floor, to legislation. Instead of addressing the needs of the American people, Republicans are dangerously obstructing action on the real crises facing our country. This week, the House is acting on a number of good bipartisan opioid bills, some with House Democrats as lead sponsors. However, Republicans are refusing to provide the emergency funding that is needed to make the difference. Just to have the statements is interesting. It's conversational, but it's not effective without the resources. The Republicans are refusing to provide the emergency funding that is needed to make a real difference in American communities facing the opioid tragedy. 78 Americans die of an opioid overdose every day. Our members, Democrats and Republicans, see this in their communities. That's why they're passing these nice bills. But it's hard to understand why they're not putting the resources for communities to deal with this. Yesterday, Republicans voted to block Democrats' bill for $600 million in desperately needed, fully paid for new resources to address the opioid crisis. That was proposed by Congresswoman Custer of New Hampshire, who's been working on this issue for a long time. And then, of course, we have Zika. Already, more than 1,000 Americans, including more than 100 pregnant women, have confirmed cases of Zika. Last month, House Republicans voted twice to block emergency funding. And it's just a remarkable thing that this is a threat. It's going to even get worse as we get into the warmer weather. So today at 1 p.m., Democrats are holding a steering and policy hearing with Dr. Anthony Fauci of the NIH, Dr. Ann Schuchat of the CDC, and Mayor Mitch Landrieu of New Orleans to talk about this. They will discuss how essential it is for Congress to swiftly act on the $1.9 billion request of the Obama administration to meet the Zika threat. And as far as opioid addiction, do your job. Zika, do your job. Flint challenges the conscience of our country. Refuse to do emergency funding bill. Do your job, Congress. Do your job. Do you have any questions? Yes, Nancy.
Leader Pelosi, there was a lot of controversy on the Republican side over Speaker Ryan's decision to withhold his support from Donald Trump, at least for now. Do you think that that was a brave move, a principled move?
Well, I recall, as I'm sure you do, that the Speaker withheld his acceptance of being Speaker until they came to terms on the Republican side. The appearance was that Republicans had to measure up to his requirements. The reality was that he had to live up to their requirements. And I think that's what we're seeing again. Brave? No, I don't think there's anything brave about it. But again, I don't usually go into what's happening on the Republican side. That's up to them. The people have spoken. They're about to have a nominee. It's up to them to figure it out. But my point is that what would be courageous about it, that the Speaker is saying he doesn't want to be associated with Donald Trump because of his comments. I've never heard him make one comment about the comments, the outrageous vitriolic comments made by Republicans in Congress. Is it about disagreement on the budget, where the Ryan budget is one that would voucherize Medicare? Is that part of the debate today? Is it about policy? Is it about politics? I just don't know. I'm not in those meetings. I'd be the last to know. But all I can say is I hope that one thing that comes out of it is a decision to lift the debate to a different place, worthy of the office of President of the United States, worthy of the American people. And that would be progress, because right now they've taken this discussion to such a low place. It's no wonder people are frustrated with the political process and with government in general. So again, the success of it would be if there were a decision to say, let us just go out there and talk about what our vision is for America. Elections are about the future. What is it that we have to say about the future rather than engage in the politics of personal destruction and mistaking cruelty for wit? They've had their fun. Now let's get serious. Yes, sir.
There are two, as I understand, there are two sticking points in the Puerto Rican bill, at least two. One involves waiving the federal minimum wage and the overtime rules, as well as this land transfer from Vieques to from the National Seashore. Would Democrats support the bill if those provisions, as the Republicans have drafted them, remain in the bill?
Well, I don't know what your source is, but the debate on Puerto Rico has been a little broader than that. We've had, it's an issue of what will work in terms of restructuring, how the makeup and the scope of the board is in furtherance of having the restructuring work. Issues that relate to language about pensions and minimum wage, et cetera, are also part of that discussion and relate to the makeup and the scope of the board. And the Vieques issue is there, but that doesn't relate to the restructuring. So it just doesn't come down to that. But we are making progress. We're having very constructive conversations. I think we're going to have to pretty soon come down to something because another deadline is racing toward Puerto Rico. But again, these negotiations have been going on, conversations have been going on in good faith, and I'm optimistic that we will either come to some agreement soon or just realize that we can't. But I'm optimistic that we can.
So you don't expect a bill to be filed today, then?
It could. It could be filed. It was supposed to be filed yesterday.
Right.
Put it off to today. Could be filed today. I don't mean right this minute, but the day is young. Yes, ma'am.
There are conversations on the Senate side about adding a Zika supplemental to the military construction VA
Yes.
spending bill. Are there similar conversations on the House side?
What is happening on the Senate side is completely inadequate. $1.1 billion. The administration has asked for $1.9 billion, and so that's not, as I've said before to all of you, that's not half a loaf. That's half a shoe. You can't get there from here. The scientific documentation calls for $1.9 billion, and that's what we need to see in a recovery, in a emergency supplemental or some other vehicle.
Would Democrats consider adding that as a floor amendment?
I'm sorry, adding what?
1.9 billion Zika.
Well, we do it almost every day in one form or another of the parliamentary opportunities that we have, motion to recommit or previous question and the rest. We just keep calling upon the Speaker to address the emergency needs of the American people. If we were talking a year ago, we wouldn't be talking about Zika, would we now? It's an emergency. It's an emergency, and it's a very big threat. Now, we don't want to be instilling fear. What we're saying is there's a way to deal with this. Let's get it up front instead of coming after it after it's out of the barn. The opioid, I mean, this isn't in the here and now. It's actually been in the here and now for a while. We need emergency funding. If they say, well, we can take it out of something else, we have caps. If you take it out of something else, we're in a lamb situation on the committee of jurisdiction there, where you can take it out of maternal and child health, which is one of the suggestions that has been made. So we need emergency funding for that. And Flint, if anything, would challenge the conscience of a nation, the well-being of these children, by a decision that was made by the governor of the state. We have a responsibility, and we're even saying we'll just do matching. We'll just do matching funds there. But to your point specifically on Zika, the 1.1 doesn't do the job, and the job needs to be done.
Hi, all. Kinsey Schofield.
Cassie, you mentioned Flint. The Senate has talked about providing the Flint money in a water resources development bill. Is that something that Democrats might be open to in the House, or do you really see this as something that needs to be on a spending bill, or where would you like to see
Well,
it?
the thing is that, first of all, I don't know how much money you're talking about, do you?
It's a couple $100 million.
it's a question of, is that money or is that authorization? And that's really what the problem is. With the opioids, we're authorizing all the time, but we're not appropriating one penny. And so what we're talking about is the legal tender to be able to meet the need, not just a policy that is in a bill. So if they're talking about an appropriation, then that's one thing. If they're talking about an authorization, that's interesting, but it's not, it doesn't do the job.
Where do you think it should go, though? You think it should go on a spending bill?
I think it should be an emergency. What did we know about? Some people knew about Flint a year ago. Not enough. It's not in the budget agreement because the budget agreement has caps. So it has to be an emergency funding. And then we have to take a look more broadly from an authorizing standpoint at what our needs are nationally in terms of our infrastructure that relates to water and lead and et cetera that our children are being exposed to. But that's another issue, not separate, but a broader issue that relates to Flint. But it's really sad if you've been there to see the impact that the lead has on the children and that there are answers, but they take some resources. Yes, sir.
The DHS last week has some new numbers about migration at the southern border, and it reveals that in the first 6 months of the fiscal year, the number of kids and families being apprehended are on par with 2014 when there was the big border crisis, much higher than they were last year. Wondering if you have any sense of why that's happening, of whatever they had done last year to depress those numbers is not working this time around. And you had a lot of criticism of how those kids were being handled. And also politically, if you fear that another border surge this summer would play right into somebody like Donald Trump, who's painting this picture of a border out of control and wants to build the wall and all those other things.
Well, first of all, it's important to note that what we're talking about here are refugees and asylum seekers. This is a bit of a different, I don't think that that's what somebody like Donald Trump, to use your term, is talking about. He's talking about migration into the United States. And actually, the migration into the United States is negative by over 150, 60, 70,000. More people are going into Mexico than are coming from the U.S. into Mexico than are coming into the United States. So it's important to note that. Does the situation in Central America, the Northern Triangle, of countries there, of violence, of well-founded fear of violence and persecution, is that a factor with all of these people? Well, you have to decide on a case-by-case basis. But that was one of the purposes of our trip to Central Latin America last week, was to say this is a regional hemispheric challenge that we face. We have to address the situation where it exists in the Northern Triangle and the countries in Central America. We spoke to the president of Mexico at some length about what can happen to screen people in Mexico so that they don't make the trek across Mexico to find out that they do not even make the first cut to be an asylum, to seek asylum or to be a refugee. Being a refugee is one of the toughest has one of the toughest set of standards for entry into the country. So these are two different things, and we have to handle the refugee, asylum seeker, unaccompanied children, some with their moms, in a way that is, again, regional, to work with the Mexican government, to go to the source of the problem and see how we can allocate resources there rather than having the challenge here in our own country, because that is really what is better for these children, and they are all God's children.
But based on the rising numbers, do you anticipate a surge this summer like we saw in 2014?
Well, I was hoping that we could, as I just mentioned, in addressing how we can have assistance from other countries in the region. We talked about it in Peru and in Chile, as well as to what their absorptive capacity could be of some of those countries for some legitimate asylum seekers and refugees, not economic people seeking a better life. That's a different story, and that has its own legal process. So it's really just about those in that special category that we're talking about. I would hope that the number would be, it's a very dangerous crossing to cross the desert. A child, a young girl, there's some really sad stories. I just sent a letter to the president, again, as did my colleagues, about our concerns about how we meet the needs of these people in their own countries or in transit and even before they get here, but also when they get here. It's a big challenge. And again, as the whole world is facing, not the whole world, but a good part of the Northern Hemisphere is facing a refugee challenge, well known to us from Syria and Iraq, etc. We have some responsibility to absorb some people, and I think we can do a little better job in how we make those transitions. It's challenging, again, in recent times. I mean, this is within the past few years, but that a new situation has emerged, largely because of what's happening in their countries of origin. So we have appropriated last year resources to go to those countries to address some of those concerns, and we have to make sure that works. Yes, sir.
If there is not an agreement with the Democrats and the GOP doesn't have the votes to move the Puerto Rico bill, when the Obama administration should implement some executive action?
The president has done just about everything that he can do by executive action. Some of this requires congressional legislation, and that's why we're engaged in this conversation. But I would be a little more optimistic and hopeful that we can find common ground. There are some issues that are central to the workability of the legislation, and some that are not directly related, and we have to at some point make a distinction there. But in the meantime, what we want to do is have a restructuring proposal that works, a board that is respectful of the people of Puerto Rico and enables the restructuring to work and weighs in on the pension pay and overtime considerations in a way that is respectful, as well as resolving the DHS land transfer that is there. So it's, again, we keep making progress, but the clock is ticking. And I don't want to even be thinking in terms of what if it doesn't happen, because a bill needs to happen, and the people of Puerto Rico and the pensioners and everyone else, in my view, are better off with legislation. Yes.
Madam Waiter.
Donald Trump releases taxes?
Yes.
Madam Waiter, can you sort of, as a former speaker and someone who may hold that job again, can you describe how you see the dilemma that Paul Ryan faces with his presidential nominee here? Can you talk about being torn between, serving your conference and your party and and what the voters
Well,
want?
I don't think we ever had a situation where we had a presidential candidate that the members of our caucus wanted to separate ourselves from, because he was saying that there had to be a complete and utter total shutdown of Muslims coming into the country, that Islam hates us, that we had a presidential candidate who accused the President of the United States of not having a birth certificate, and if he had one, he probably said that he was a Muslim. Nothing wrong with being a Muslim, mind you, but in Donald Trump's view, we didn't have a presidential candidate who went on and on about women in a disrespectful way. But we did have, and when I was speaker and I chaired the convention, the two great candidates for president in the end, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Barack Obama emerged as the President of the United States, and we're very proud of him. So we were never faced with something like that. Right now, we have two great candidates. Bernie Sanders is broadening the universe of people who are paying attention to the political process, whereas before they may have been community-oriented and civic-minded, but not really paying attention to politics, mostly younger voters, and we're very proud of what he is doing, and we're very proud of Hillary Clinton and what she will bring to the Oval Office when she's President of the United States. So we don't have anything that would be similar.
Is it realistic to think that Paul Ryan can separate himself from Donald Trump in any meaningful way?
Well, can he separate himself from his members of Congress? Let's go over that then, if you want, as I leave here. Can he separate himself from Steve King, who says, for everyone's a valedictorian, there are another 100 out there who weigh 130 pounds, and they've got calves the size of cantaloupes because they're hauling 75 pounds of marijuana across the desert, or separate himself from his own select committee, anti-woman McCarthyism committee that is having a brazen campaign of intimidation, and as we criticize Trump for his calling for women to face some form of punishment, and their doctors too if they terminate a pregnancy, or the list goes on and on. So the concern that has been expressed by the Speaker and others about their unease with Donald Trump doesn't seem to apply to their own members. I think many of their own members understand that Donald Trump is saying exactly what they say here. I just hope the American people understand that, because this is bigger than this one person, although the Republican establishment, whatever that may be, is deciding that the inflammatory, vitriolic rhetoric of Donald Trump is something new and shocking to them. It's really the day-to-day comments that we hear here. So thank you very much. Go Golden State Warriors. Now we're in, can you believe that basketball is going into June? How did that ever happen? Thank you. Thank you.
That's interesting. That's the first time I've kind of heard anybody say that, the GOP is trying to reject Paul Ryan, but in fact, what Nancy Pelosi just said is they're talking about the same stuff. He just says it in a different tone, and they try to reject it. So, in regards to Paul Ryan today, he met with Donald Trump. I have some of our YouTube comments I want to read. All right, so Jai T said, core principle is for the people, not for Ryan's established PAC. Trump will do what is good for the people no matter what. And that's in regards to our video of Paul Ryan from earlier today after he met with Donald Trump. Franz Jr. calls Ryan a name. I won't go there, but says, back in line and shut up. Sunshine says, sounds like you want a hand in marriage. All aboard the Trump train says Swedish meatballs in regards to Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan's discussing his meeting with Donald Trump. Thomas Garvey says he has no trouble throwing another $2 million onto the deficit, but supporting the will of the people, now that's an issue. Chang says Trump doesn't need Paul Ryan because Ryan is Romney's friend. All these established Republicans do is bring Trump down. Trump just closed this deal and has Paul on his side. Paul can't admit it publicly yet because he is PC like everyone else, but for sure he is on Donald's side already, says Lois. Christina Starkey, you had no problem passing Obama's budget in a second without much thought. So honestly, I'm not hearing anyone in support of Paul Ryan's hesitation. That is very, very interesting. You should leave us comments on our YouTube page. You should subscribe to us on YouTube if you're not. We're Fox 10 News Now, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And you can subscribe to our YouTube page so that you are notified every time we go live. Follow us on Twitter, like us on Facebook. Again, we're Fox 10 News Now. Oh, and this is interesting, the Solar Impulse interview. Let's take a look at this.
Beautiful morning for flying, isn't it?
It's absolutely gorgeous. Well, in the beginning, I did not see a lot beside the lights of the city of Phoenix. And after 2 hours, there was the sunrise exactly in front of me because I'm flying east. Absolutely gorgeous above the canyons, above the landscapes that I like so much between Phoenix and Albuquerque.
Wow, sounds beautiful to me. I wish I were in the cockpit there with you. What did you do while you were here in Phoenix during your stay?
You know, we like Phoenix very much because we were here already 3 years ago and we came back 2 years ago for a Google site, guys. So we have some friends here. We went with some friends Apache Trail with motorcycles. We tried some electrical bicycles. We visited Sedona. We have a friend who took us with a helicopter. So we had really good time here.
Wow, that sounds wonderful. We're going to be in
and
the...
also one thing.
Yes.
Another thing, I have to tell you, I went to visit the Solana solar power plant.
Okay.
And that was very, very impressive. It's about 60 miles southwest of Phoenix. And they provide electricity from solar origin, completely clean, for 70,000 households. So it's really something beautiful to see. That's the future.
It is the future, and it's amazing. And many of us who drive to San Diego for a vacation pass it along Interstate 8 there, and it is an amazing sight to see in itself, and it's wonderful that we're moving forward into solar. And that's what you're proving on your flight around the world, too, is that solar energy is the energy of the future. Have you had any real challenges in your around-the-world flight this time?
You know, this Solar Impulse airplane is a prototype. It's a completely experimental adventure. It has never been done before. So, of course, we are pushing the limits of the clean technologies to their ultimate application. So, in a sense, it's a miracle, because this airplane with no fuel can fly day and night. You charge the batteries and run the engines during the day, so in the night you fly with the batteries and you continue the following day. It has unlimited endurance. Now, of course, there are moments where it's difficult because to make it so energy efficient, we have very big wings, we fly slowly, we're sensitive to turbulence or crosswind, so we cannot fly all the time. And sometimes, like for example today, I'm flying to Tulsa instead of Kansas City because there was too much crosswind, so we had to readapt our flight path. So in a sense, we are showing what the future can be, but it's true that we are pioneers and explorers, so it's the early beginning for this type of flying.
All right. One last question, because we're short on time. Your last name is Picard, first name Bertrand Picard. Any relation to Jean-Luc Picard?
Absolutely. You know, Jean-Luc Picard from Enterprise in Star Trek was named after the twin brother of my grandfather, because Jean Picard came in the U.S., he built the first stratospheric balloon in the U.S., and now there is a branch of my family in the United States. And it's a big honor for our family to have Jean-Luc Picard named after us.
Well, I'm honored to speak with you. Thank you so very much, and Godspeed on your adventure. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much, and goodbye to all our friends in Phoenix.
Oh, I love Rick D'Amico. All right, so... Nope, I want to go full screen. Take me full. All right, so that was Rick D'Amico. How fun. I knew they got to spend a few more days here because of the weather, because of the way, how aggressive the wind was, and, so now let's take a look. Actually, All right, so I'm transitioning. Mike is going to have Marcy here in a few minutes, and Marcy is right here where there are 3,000 bags that did not get to go with their owner on their journey. Sky Harbor's having security issues. This glitch has caused over 3,000 bags to not be able to go along with the person that owns them, and all of this luggage is just sitting out here in the heat. So Mike is going to have Marcy here for you in a few minutes, and that is where she is currently located.
All right, everybody, welcome to that Fox 10 News Now stream here. As you can see, just, wow, what a fiasco going on at Sky Harbor right now, folks. A lot of bags not making it through, close to 3,000 that did not make it on the planes for customers that are going to their final destinations. They were able to get in the plane, but their bags weren't. Right now, we're taking you to live images right now of the Randy Johnson celebration happening right now. Randy Johnson Way to be dedicated outside Chase Field. The Arizona Diamondbacks and City of Phoenix announced that Randy Johnson Way, hashtag RJ Way, the new name for the street in front of Chase Field, will be dedicated during a ceremony on May 12th at 5 p.m. happening right now on 4th Street between Jefferson and Jackson. Johnson will be in attendance along with D-backs leadership and other dignitaries, and will be open to the public. We're looking right here at a live shot happening now.
Just watch out for us.
Yeah, I'll get anybody.
He's just jumping up and down and messing other people's angles. You're the only one that has it.
Put my mic flag
Councilman, I think you'll probably. Well, Ken's going to go first. I think it should go since Ken's speaking first. It should go Ken, Councilman, and then Derek. And then. There he is. When we give Randy the plaque, where do you want to do it? You want to do it over here? Right, so the way it's going, you're going to, so, there, okay, good, you have it.
All right, Marcy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Mike.
Hello,
okay,
Marcy.
so we're showing you, hello, we're going to show you Bagpalooza right here in the special events parking lot at Phoenix Sky Harbor. It's really unlike anything I've ever seen before. I was telling Carrie and John a little bit earlier, you really have to see it to believe it. Because when we got sent out here, I was like, there's no way it could be this bad. And it really is. We've got bags from all over St. Louis, Albuquerque, Minnesota. I mean, you name it, they're out here. Thousands of bags are out here. We're told because of this computer glitch by the TSA that these bags that can't be properly scanned here are going to be taken to possibly Tucson or San Diego to get properly scanned, and then they will be on their way. So we spoke to some passengers who said that airport personnel were telling them at least a 2-day delay on the other end. And unfortunately, you know, we are in the height of graduation, wedding season. I mean, people have specific outfits in their bags that they need. A lot of them are saying that they were taking out the really important things that they need and going on their way. But if you didn't know about it, you're really kind of up a creek because your stuff is just sitting here. And some of these bags, I mean, Mike, we've been out here for 3 hours, have just been sitting here. They are properly guarded, I have to say. The Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport personnel who are out here have been great. They kind of do checks. It's a fenced-in, secure place, but I've just never seen anything like this. Have you?
No, this is, I mean, absolutely crazy. And what's the vibe you've been getting from passengers? I mean, I guess they can't do anything about it, but what's the reaction of all this?
That's a good question. You know, I went into this thinking that everybody is going to be really angry and upset. You know, people kind of have more patience, I think, when they're flying because they know that it's always kind of unpredictable. They don't know exactly what's going to happen, but it's annoying. It's an annoyance at best. I mean, you know, they wish that they could have their stuff, but a lot of people that were told about it had pulled out their important things. But here's the tricky thing now. We talked to a spokesperson from Phoenix Sky Harbor who said they don't know when the end to this is going to be because it's a TSA computer issue. This could go on for a while, and this is just from this morning.
Wow.
Okay? So imagine how much it's going to pile up. And these bags have been here for a while. I'm wondering if they have another location where they're putting up bags because this, I mean, it just keeps growing.
That's crazy. So what they're going to do in this situation is the bags that we see behind you, they're eventually going to be like taken to like San Diego and then shipped from there?
Yes, yes. They're going to be taken to other airports that can properly do the checked bag screening, and then they will be on their way, which, you know, for some people, if they're just doing a short-term trip, the bags are just going to have to turn around and come right back because, you know, if this takes 2 to 3 days, people might not even get their stuff until they arrive back home to where they started.
Yeah, they might have to tell them, hey, you know what, just leave my bags there. I'll be back in a couple days. That is nuts.
I could start a little side business selling some clothes and some nice outfits out here because I spoke to a woman who had to go to a gala and she said she was carrying on her dog and the dog food and everything, she couldn't get her gala dress. She just has her fingers crossed that it comes in time.
Wow. Yeah, there must be a lot of horror.
I know.
Could you imagine like people that are going like on a business trip or any, you know.
I know. Honeymoons, weddings, I know.
Wow. Well,
Absolutely, yeah. So we're keeping an eye on it. But again, the folks here, they're working really hard. You know, this is one of those things that apparently they had no idea it was going to happen. And here's something interesting. I was talking to one of the guys who's really kind of on the ground here. He's in charge of taking the bags to and from the airplanes when they pull in. He says they've never seen anything like this here. They've always seen maybe a percentage of bags that have had a problem being scanned. They've never seen 100% of bags not being able to get scanned.
Wow.
So this is unprecedented.
Yeah, this is a scene. So Marcy Jones, thank you so much, and keep us updated on this.
Absolutely, Mike. Yep, we'll check in with you in just a little bit.
Great. See you soon. Wow. So that was our very own Marcy Jones giving us an update there. That was just so bizarre to see that. I mean, that's a cell phone lot, and it's now being filled up with bags that should be on the plane, but only passengers are making it on the plane now. All right, let's take you to another live event happening right here. It's also in Arizona. We're going back out to Chase Field, right outside of Chase Field, where they're honoring Randy Johnson with a new sign.
Somebody. But what I wanted to do is just take a little bit of time and talk about the journey of Randy to get to this place. You know, every journey in life has a beginning. And the baseball journey of Randy Johnson is one that I think has a very, very special beginning to it that I want to share with you. And it's a story that Randy, I first heard from him telling it some time ago when he was, the day that it was announced he was going to be in the Hall of Fame. The story goes kind of like this. When Randy, this is some 45 years ago, Randy's getting ready to go to Little League tryouts for the first time. And his mom and dad both, had full-time jobs and weren't going to be available to take Randy to the tryouts. And he's a 8-year-old kid. And in a more simple life that some of us grew up in, his mom said, "Look, Randy, the ballpark's close enough. I'm not going to be able to get there, but why don't you just walk down to the ballpark, and get yourself signed up and do the tryouts." And so time later in the day came, and Randy goes to the ballpark. And Randy, I know this is hard to believe, Randy is intimidated by the situation. Some 400 kids, lots of adults. He's a little kid. He's really kind of feeling kind of timid about it all. So Randy leaves and he comes home, and he doesn't sign up. So his mom shows up, and Randy's at home, and she's expecting him to be at the ballpark, and says, "Randy, well, why are you here?" "Well, Mom, I went down there, was a little bit, overmatched by the situation." "Come on, Randy, I'll take you back." So here's Randy and Mom holding hands, walking down to the ballpark to take Randy to the tryouts. So he does the tryouts, and of course he gets selected to be on a team. Time passes. Day comes to hand out the uniforms. Randy comes home. Randy's not very happy. Randy, even then, was tall for his age, put his uniform pants on. They just didn't quite work the way baseball. Here comes Mom. She solves the problem. She goes to the store. She buys a second pair of pants. She sews the two pairs of pants together. Randy has a uniform. Randy starts his Little League career. That's the beginning of the journey that is ending at the Hall of Fame, at World Series, all of the great things that Randy achieved, but it almost didn't happen. And thanks to his mom, it did. And thanks to her, we're all here today. Randy Johnson.
Thank you, Ken. Well, we couldn't rename a street without the city of Phoenix, right? That has to be done, and it has to be done properly. So here, representing the city of Phoenix, on behalf of Mayor Stant, we welcome City Councilman Sal DeCiccio.
Well, I got to tell you, I get the honor to do a lot of great things and a lot of fun things, but I'm really nervous today because this is like really cool to be able to do this. I see Judge Bullock here, new Supreme Court Justice as well. I mean, this is like a lot of great people watching this. But, when we talk about a journey, the city of Phoenix's journey started with the creation of this ballpark. It started here many years ago, which led to the city of Phoenix having a fantastic partnership with the Diamondbacks. Ken Kendrick, Derek Hall, we thank you for everything that you've done to work with us as a partner. You're an incredible partner to us. People don't realize what this really means to us as a city, too. I mean, it means a lot to our children. It means a lot to our families to be able to be a part here, to go to the ballpark and to be able to see those things. 80 games a year, $415 million a year in revenue. 1,500 employees are employed by this stadium here today. We're going to do everything we can to keep you guys here. We want to be a partner with you, and we like being a partner with you because you do a lot of great things for our city. And Randy, from my end of it too, I mean, we all know you as a pitcher. You've been here since 1994. You moved to the city of Phoenix. That's where the journey began with Randy, and then ended up signing, I guess, in 1999 with the city of the Diamondbacks. But from my perspective, to be a part of being able to see Randy Johnson Way, I just can't believe I'm even up here. I mean, I don't. There are a lot of things that I should be able to do. This is like beyond neat. And when you've got somebody who's got a 22-year career in baseball, won the Cy Young Awards, 5-time All-America, All-Star, it means a lot to us. And for the families, for the kids, and for everything that you've done for us, thank you. Because that's really what it's about out here with the families. Thank you for everything, and thank you for inviting me up here. It's been a great partnership, and it's been a great journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next up, our President and CEO, Mr. Derek Hall.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you all. This is exciting. And by the way, those of you that have social media, hashtag RJWay. We encourage you to use hashtag RJWay. And Councilman, I believe we are going to lobby you to make sure speed limit here is somewhere between 97 and 100 miles per hour on RJWay. We are so excited to have Randy, back in the organization, obviously, and I can remember back to a few of the conversations we had when he was finished playing, and what was most important to Randy was to wait until he made it to the Hall of Fame, and that was very important to him to make it there before we retired his jersey and before he began working for us, and he called me one time as we were staying in touch, and he says, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I don't want you to share it with anybody. This is about a year before the announcement, and he says, I've made a decision. I'm going to go in as a Diamondback. He said, this is my home, this is where I had my best days, and I want to be the first Diamondback, but please don't tell anybody because I don't want to jinx it. And I thought, there's really no way for you to jinx your opportunity to get into Cooperstown. Back in my days with another team, we had Hall of Famers who had streets named after them at our spring training facility, and it was always a big deal. And there were 3 in particular that I remember being a part of, and Im Singh. And it's nice now that we can start a very similar precedent right here at our everyday home, at our regular season home. And he has become our first obvious baseball player in the Hall of Fame. We do have two others in the Hall of Fame. They got in with the Buck O'Neil Award, and that is the late, great Joe Garagiola Sr., who we will honor Monday night here. And another special assistant of mine and a legend in the game, Roland Heeman, who's here. But Randy becomes the first, and we are so thrilled that it is happening here because for years when he would pitch, he led thousands of fans right into that stadium, and it's only appropriate now that his street will forever do the same. So at this time, let's unveil that street sign and see what Randy Johnson Way looks like. We have a replica sign here. We're going to take a photo with Randy, and then we're going to hear from the man himself after Greg introduces him.
But you get in the middle.
Yeah.
All right.
Here, come on over here. Come on over here.
Yeah.
That's a great looking sign, isn't it?
It is.
So proud, so proud. And now who wants to hear from the Hall of Famer himself? The big unit, Randy Johnson.
Well, thank you, everybody, for coming out here. I thought I would just sit up here for a little while because it's not hot enough for you. I want to thank everybody on stage here for making this possible, and all the front office people that have come out to support this event, and then all of you, the fans, and the media. Give him a big hand over there. Come on, let's hear it. Come on. Woo! All right. I would just like to thank everybody for coming out here once again. My 22-year career was pretty special. I never thought that I would play that long, and I surely didn't know after leaving Seattle my best years were still ahead of me at the age that I was pitching at. But it was a great ride. I couldn't have had better ownership, better teammates that I had here. The fan base was incredible, and the run that we had from 99 to about 2002 was pretty special as well. I would like to thank, once again, all the front office and the cabinet of Phoenix for coming out here and supporting this, and Schulte for coming out and lending his voice. And let's just hope that the Diamondbacks win a ball game tonight. And on behalf of me, after having Randy Johnson Way, everybody will get a free parking ticket tonight. Thank you.
As Randy said, let's go out and get a win tonight. 4 with the Giants. Don't forget Monday's tribute to Joe Garagiola here at the ballpark. It'll start at 6 p.m. Thanks, everybody, for coming on out. Diamondbacks, Giants coming up. And we hope you enjoyed your time here today. Randy Johnson Way. Nice job, Randy. Thank you.
All right, everybody. What a celebration that was for the Hall of Famer, Randy Johnson.
I saw you coming. That's fine.
Let's head back now to aerials of TSA fiasco. Got bags? Passengers probably don't when they get back to their destination, which is really sad. I mean, you got to figure. Think about all the people going on vacation, business travelers, and everybody wants their bag, right? That's why you took it on the plane. Well, not today. Lots of problems going on right now. We heard from Marcy Jones a little bit ago. She was live right out there outside that cell phone lot where they're just piling suitcases there. But now you see the truck. They're loading the bags into the truck right now. And it'll be going to San Diego and then screened there and then taken to wherever these bags are going. What a mess this is going to be, though. Already 3,000 bags displaced. And you got to think about the backlog. All right, and I see that Marcy is now live doing her little live stream. So what we'll do is take that and see what she's up to. See what she's saying.
Gave us the wink. So we think that these bags are going to be loaded into these huge tractor trailers and driven. We heard from TSA to Tucson Airport and possibly San Diego to get properly screened there and then on to their own destination. So as you can imagine, if you're going to do a short trip, you're not going to get your bag until 2, maybe 3 days after. And if you're only going for like the weekend, your bag won't even get there. It's going to just turn around and go right back where it came from. I think it's really interesting when I was talking to some of the guys who actually carry the bags from the airport, the airplanes to and from. They said that in 30 years, 20 years working there, they've never seen anything remotely close to this. They've always seen maybe a small percentage of bags not being able to get scanned. They've never seen 100% of checked bags not being able to go through. And as you can imagine, on a daily basis, the average amount of people that go through Phoenix Sky Harbor is 125,000. I'll let you do the math, but that is a ton of bags. That's a lot of bags to be sitting in the sun for hours. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I hope this helps everybody. If you are planning on traveling soon, they don't know when this issue is going to get fixed. So check in with us. We're going to give you up.
All right, it looks like that connection just stalled there. Back to Sky Fox right now. As you could see them loading the truck up right now. Yeah, so folks, you could just imagine the frustration on travelers today. Not a good feeling when you arrive to your destination and you already know that your bag's not going to be there. We'll have more live reports from Marcy a little bit later. Oh, I'd say in about 40 minutes. Looks like Randy Johnson is talking to the media. Oh, not anymore. I lie. Watch Fox 10 News at 6 for the interview. Little tease there.
Policy and Special Assistant to the President on the National Security Council. You know, when we were putting together this event, I frequently got the question, why does the National Security Council care about building codes? Fair question. We care about building codes because they work. Building codes save lives. As many of you know in this room, in 1915, if you were in a house fire, you stood a 1 in 10 chance of being killed. In 1976, the National Fire Protection Association passed the Life Safety Code, which led to code development across the nation requiring the installation of smoke detectors and alarms. Today, if you have that house fire, your chance of being killed is 1 in 200. In short, building codes have saved countless lives. We also know that in addition to saving lives, building codes prevent damage. In August 1992, Hurricane Andrew slammed into southern Florida. When it passed through Homestead, Florida, it basically wiped clean blocks of homes, leaving just the concrete foundations in place. Across Florida, some 177,000 people were left homeless, and strong winds caused almost all of that damage. As a result of the destruction caused by Andrew, the state of Florida established the Florida Building Codes Commission to assess building codes. And in 2001, Florida adopted a statewide building code which included new hurricane standards. When Hurricane Charlie came through in 2004, that standard was tested and the results were clear. More resilient standards meant a lot less damage. A study done after the hurricane found that modern building codes reduced the cost of insurance losses by 42% and the number of insured losses by 60%. In other words, Florida's ability to withstand disaster and get its businesses and communities up and running faster was directly tied to its building codes. Building codes and standards are the baseline for the safe design and construction of our home, our schools, and our workplaces. Now, when our codes and standards organizations, when we all develop standards and codes, we typically look to what has happened in the past to determine our risks in the future. We can no longer, however, solely rely on the past as our guide for the future. We must also consider the accelerating impacts of climate change. These impacts are already occurring, and they will increase in the future. We've experienced some of these impacts already. Hotter temperatures. You can't miss the headlines that we are having successively hotter years, year after year. More severe drought. In the western United States, we heard from folks suffering there, the worst drought in some cases in the past 1,200 years. More intense wildfires. And you can't always tie a particular event to climate change. The science isn't there yet. But certainly, we have seen extraordinary wildfire seasons. We have an extraordinary wildfire going on in Canada. Last year, over 10 million acres burned in the United States, setting records. If you think about that, that's about, I think, the size of Massachusetts and Rhode Island combined. And we also have experienced extreme precipitation events. If you talk to an emergency manager, they might use the term rain bombs. And that's because so much rain falls at once, we have an enormous challenge as to where that rain will go. And then if the land is already saturated, it becomes even more difficult. And we've certainly seen examples of that in the Carolinas last year, where in 5 days, enough rain fell to just about solve that 1,200-year drought in our western United States. And we saw it in Houston just this past month. So how can we ensure that the buildings that we built today, that they can perform well under these expected impacts from climate change? And how, when we choose to retrofit our buildings, can we make sure that they are resilient as well? We are learning that what has guided our decision choices in the past, average temperatures, return intervals of heavy precipitation events, and stationary sea levels can no longer safely guide us in our building choices. We need to build and design our buildings for the performance that we expect and require. We need to build them to withstand the hazards that we can reasonably expect over the life of the building. That means we have to take into account what's already occurring with climate change, so we can look to that past, but what is projected to occur in the future, because the impacts are going to become more powerful and they will accelerate despite our tremendous efforts to cut our carbon emissions. We've taken a number of steps here in the federal government to ensure that we are including resiliency in our federal infrastructure. In January...
All right, folks, let me just get rid of that annoying sound right there. We're going to take you to Colorado. And I lose the shot. Boy, let's see if that shot does come back. It was a hiker rescue. There it is. I'm going to get you an exact location here, folks, but this is a rescue for hikers in Colorado. And we'll wait till that shot gets a little bit better if we're going to take that for you guys.
Who have been leaders in designing for resiliency. While each of these individual measures is significant, we recognize the need to institutionalize resilience more holistically across the country. And that's the focus of today's conference. We have a terrific lineup. I think you're going to be delighted to learn from the speakers.
Right, it does look like that shot did get better here, folks. This is in Colorado. Hikers are being rescued right now. All right, folks, we're working to get you a location here in Colorado, but you can see there the rescuer is there, and working on a harness for this hiker here. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Now you can see from the terrain here, it's a rough terrain and there's water as well that you got to navigate through. So it's really hard for the rescuers. You could imagine the hikers, they were maybe got to this area and they're like, ooh, we don't know how to navigate now around this. It's probably easier to get to than it is trying to get out of it then. You see that a lot of times with hikers. I mean, they're able to ascend somewhere, but when that descent comes, that's where they get in the most trouble. So, not saying that's the case here, but you can only assume at this point because this is a very fluid situation, as you can imagine. Getting word now that the two hikers stuck above Horsetooth Falls, Colorado. This is in northern Colorado, just west of Fort Collins. You can see here that they have the one hiker there right now. Rescue crews are there. We're watching this all unfold live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do appreciate you guys being part of it live here with us. Very, very busy day on the stream here. A lot of local news happening earlier in the day and it continues on with the TSA issues at the Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Now we're taking you to Horsetooth Falls, Colorado for this rescue of two hikers. You could see the all the rescuers, though, that were able to make it to this area here. Not an easy thing to navigate. You got to make sure that the rescuers are all safe, too, at this point. We're just hoping that everybody gets out of this crevice of an area very, very safe. So happening right now, emergency crews were dispatched to the area about 4:50 p.m. local time there. Initial reports indicated two members from a group of hikers were exploring and they went a little too far off the beaten path near Horsetooth Falls when they became stranded, unable to move up or go down. No injuries being reported right now, that's the good thing. But they're unable to climb to safety on their own, and that's why we see the rescuers there right now.
Never seen it flood. I've been here for 20 years. I've never seen it flood. I interact with family. It says, I've lived here for 53 years, and I haven't seen this flood. We're hitting these kinds of points by, yes, those intervals and those kind of exceedances happen, but folks that have been situated in such a way for 50 plus years are beginning to see those changes. Most of that flooding in March happened in less populated areas. We were just back down in Houston. Folks, this urban side of flooding is the piece that truly breaks the bank. It truly does. We look at the cost of Sandy. We look at the cost of Katrina.
All right, folks.
There's a lot of great people in Houston. There's a lot of important industry in Houston. And energy industry all coming together.
And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're covering breaking news here happening in Colorado, Horsetooth Falls, Colorado, just west of Fort Collins. This is what happened. Two hikers, they were hiking with their group and they kind of went their own way. And, well, they got into a little bit of trouble when they were in an area that they couldn't go up or down, and that's when they became stuck. Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. part of FoxNPhoenix.com. We are looking at breaking news here at Colorado, where 2 hikers are getting rescued right now. Horsetooth Falls, Colorado, west of Fort Collins. So that's what we're dealing with right now. We have if you've been watching the Fox 10 News Now stream today, you know that we had a lot of news here for you. A lot of news. And a lot of news coming out of Arizona. We had the special election update that is going to go on as planned on Tuesday, May 17th. The Attorney General will not be postponing that. Then we had the fiasco with TSA that is still going on. And Marcy will be once again live at 6 at Sky Harbor to break down any latest updates. But you could imagine more than already 3,000 bags that aren't making it to the final destination with the customer. So that's an issue right there. And now we're talking about a hiker rescue in Colorado. So you never know what's going to happen on the Fox 10 News Now stream, but we do appreciate that you guys are watching and waiting to see what will happen next. All right, folks, if you're just joining us and you're wondering, hey, what's going on? Well, we are looking at live shot right here, Horsetooth Falls, Colorado. We have 2 hikers that, they went off the beaten path of this hike and, well, they got stranded when they couldn't move up or down anymore. And then they're like, oh, no, we need help. And that's the situation that we're in right now, where you can see a lot of rescuers attending to these 2 hikers. And it's going to be interesting to see how they move them out of here. Being told that this is the first rescue up in this location this season. All right, folks, and if you're wondering, hey, are we ever going to talk about those bag situations in Sky Harbor again? Yeah, we're going to talk about it in about 5 minutes. Marcy Jones is going to be live, Fox 10 News at 6. Don't you worry.
Bags and thousands of them are now being put on trucks and driven out of town.
I don't know what the right word is to express it, but it pisses me off as Arizonan, as the Attorney General.
Tough talk from Arizona's Attorney General over the latest problems for voters. A memorial service in Southern California for a Navy SEAL who grew up in Phoenix. Controversy over George Zimmerman's plans to auction off the gun he used to kill Trayvon Martin. And an iconic Mexican restaurant right on Central in Phoenix could be demolished. Thank you for being here. First tonight at 6 o'clock. Travel nightmare for people at Sky Harbor Airport. Thousands of people got on planes today, okay, but their bags, they didn't make it. The TSA experiencing what it calls a significant and unprecedented technical issue with its computer server. And that server screens checked bags for explosives, and those bags, without being screened, they aren't getting on airplanes. So what you have is several thousand pieces of luggage just put out into parking lots around Sky Harbor because there's no room for it anywhere else, now being packed onto trucks, like the truck you see there, that white truck, and being driven to airports in other cities like Los Angeles and Las Vegas so they can be screened and put on planes. Can you imagine what kind of time that's going to take? Marcy Jones live at the airport right now. I've never heard of anything like this, Marcy.
It's funny that you say that, Troy, because I was talking to some guys that actually take the bags to and from the plane when they come into Phoenix Sky Harbor. One of them have worked here for 30 years. He said he's never seen anything like this. They have had some instances where a small percentage of bags have trouble being scanned, maybe 15, 12%. Never in the history of him working here has there been 100% of the bags not being able to get scanned, and that's what's happening today. We have bags from all over. Right in front of me, we have Wichita, we have Tampa. I know for a fact that these specific bags have been out here since 2. The folks at Phoenix Sky Harbor working so hard to get this mess cleared up, and of course, this is all from a TSA computer issue. And it's just, it's literally a hot mess because it's 100 degrees out here, and these pieces of luggage have been sitting out here. They are now getting loaded onto this truck. They are headed out to, like you said, other airports around. We've heard San Diego, Los Angeles, possibly Tucson and Las Vegas, but they are trying to clear this up as fast as they can. I spoke to a spokesperson from Phoenix Sky Harbor a little bit earlier, and she says, now that we know what's going on, we need to prepare what you bring and what you carry on.
They will eventually arrive at the destinations, but not with the passengers. And that's why we're just recommending that you carry on what you can, avoid checking luggage if you can. If you have to check bags, make sure that you carry on at least what you need for the next day or 2.
Now, of course, when you travel and you ask different attendants, different places, you get some different information, and that's kind of what was happening earlier. Some people were saying it was only Terminal 4, it was only this or that. It really is, and I got this confirmed from a spokesperson from Phoenix Sky Harbor. It is all terminals, all bags that are leaving Phoenix Sky Harbor, and they will be taken to other airports that can properly get them scanned. Here's another thing. They don't know when this issue will be cleared up. They didn't expect it in the first place, and they're not sure when it's going to be resolved. So definitely call ahead. Make sure you check up on their Twitter feed and see what's going on so that you are prepared when you get to the airport. Reporting live, Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Marcy. Yeah, and I guess carry on what you can if you're flying out today, or I mean, who knows when that's going to be cleared up.
Good afternoon, everybody. I do not have any announcements at the top, so we can go straight to questions for maximum efficiency today. Kevin, you want to start?
Sure. Thank you, Josh. So a U.S. District Court judge has ruled today that the Obama administration is unconstitutionally making payments to insurers covering reductions for certain enrollees. I wanted to ask how problematic is this ruling for the health insurance program overall, and what are the ramifications for plans and consumers if this stands?
Well, Kevin, this is not the first time that we've seen opponents of the Affordable Care Act go through the motions to try to win this political fight in the court system. There are a couple things that are unprecedented about this effort, though. This suit represents the first time in our nation's history that Congress has been permitted to sue the executive branch over a disagreement about how to interpret a statute. There have obviously been significant differences between the executive branch and Congress recently, but these are the kinds of political disputes that characterize a democracy, and it's unfortunate that Republicans have resorted to a taxpayer-funded lawsuit to refight a political fight that they keep losing. They've been losing this fight for 6 years. And they'll lose it again.
Will the administration appeal the ruling? And then secondly, though, if this does go through, what are the ramifications? Will insurers be leaving the program? Will this have an impact on the price for consumers?
I would, my colleagues at the Department of Justice obviously just started reviewing the ruling because it was just handed down a few minutes ago. So any sort of formal announcement about an intent to appeal will be announced from the Department of Justice, but we are quite confident in the power of the legal arguments that we're able to make here. But any sort of formal announcement about an appeal will come from the Department of Justice. And I have not heard at this point any sort of analysis about the potential impact of a legal outcome consistent with this decision.
The chairman of the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee has invited Ben Rhodes to testify at a hearing on the Iran nuclear deal. Is this an invitation that the White House plans to accept or reject?
Well, with all due respect to the chairman, if he has an interest in a hearing about false narratives as it relates to the Iran deal, then I've got some suggestions for people that they should swear in. In fact, some members of the committee actually may have some light to shed on this. Congressman Ken Buck from Colorado promised in August of 2015 that Iran would get $100 billion to $200 billion in sanctions relief. Congressman Buck is either wrong or lying, and he can discuss that with the committee. He's a member of the committee, so presumably he knows where the hearing room is, so he can just show up at the appointed time and explain his false declaration. Paul Gosar, I assume I'm pronouncing that correctly, he was quoted in September of 2015 saying that this would provide immediate access to approximately $100 billion. Again, we now know, we can verify, that's not true. So again, I don't know if Mr. Gosar was just wildly misinformed or was lying to the American public, but presumably if he feels so strongly about this issue, he can explain himself under oath before the committee. He serves on the committee too, so it shouldn't be too hard to arrange his schedule. Cynthia Loomis, Congresswoman, she explained that in September of 2015, she claimed that the proposed deal, quote, will lead to a nuclear-armed Iran. That, of course, has not turned out to be true. And in fact, we can verify that that is false. So Congresswoman Loomis serves on the committee. Why don't we swear her in and explain where she got this information? And she can explain whether she was just wrong or lying. She may also explain why she continues to make this argument. I don't know what the protocol is for swearing in members of the United States Senate to participate in these kinds of hearings, but there are any number of senators who could participate. Senator Cruz could certainly participate. He claimed in August of 2015 over $100 billion will flow into Iran as a result of the deal. We've got Senator Tom Cotton, who I know has a special relationship with the Supreme Leader, so maybe he's got some interesting insight into the deal that he would like to share with the committee. He said that the deal would, quote, gives them, meaning Iran, $150 billion of sanctions relief. Not true. Senator Cotton, wildly wrong or lying. And so let's have Chairman Chaffetz get to the bottom of this. Maybe the American people do want to actually understand the Republican false narrative about the Iran deal. So we would welcome the opportunity for those members of Congress to explain themselves. The truth is, what the administration has said about the Iran deal, what Mr. Rhodes has said about the Iran deal, what the President of the United States has said about the Iran deal, has come true. Our critics said that Iran would never go along with an agreement. They did. They signed on the dotted line. Our critics said that there would never be a way to verify that Iran would live up to the terms of the agreement. We know they did. International impartial inspectors did exactly that, and they were given the access that they needed to confirm that Iran had lived up to their end of the bargain. And our critics said, and I just recited many of them, that Iran would get, as Steve Scalise, who could also testify, said that Iran would get hundreds of billions of dollars in sanctions relief. That's false. That's not true. Even Iran says that that's not true. In fact, they're saying that they are hoping that they can get access to more money. So again, I don't know whether our critics were just wildly misinformed, mistaken, or lying, but if Republicans are interested in getting to the bottom of this, then they should just swear in some members of their own conference and figure it out.
So I take that as a no.
Well, I think there are some people who have some explaining to do when it comes to the wildly false accusations that they made about the Iran deal. And it's not the administration, it's Republicans who are demonstrably wrong when it comes to the Iran deal. So we'll look at the letter, but I assume that all these, if Congressman Chaffetz is actually interested in getting to the bottom of this deal, then I assume that similar letters were received through the interoffice mail in the House of Representatives.
Okay, just one quick follow-up on that. You've taken issue with the predictions of more than 100 billion in sanctions relief. Do you know how much it has actually resulted in?
Well, we know it's a whole lot less than that. What we had said in the context of the deal before it went through, that the kind of benefit that Iran was likely to enjoy was something around $50 billion. But even a significant chunk of that money was committed to repaying debts that Iran owed. That's why you saw Iran's central bank governor come out and indicate that their expectations about the amount of sanctions relief that they would receive was around $30 billion. I don't have an updated assessment to share in terms of the amount that they have actually received, but it is, by all accounts, far less than the false criticism that was put forward by Republicans. Okay. Tim.
Any reaction now that Rousseff in Brazil has been suspended by the Senate?
Not anyone that's different than I've shared from here a couple of times. I think this is an outcome that many observers expected, and the president does continue to have confidence in the durability of Brazil's democratic institutions to withstand the political turmoil there.
Anyone in the White House reaching out to the acting president?
I'm not aware of any calls that have been placed by the White House to the acting president's office, but you might check with the State Department to see if there have been any sort of diplomatic conversations.
Sure. Can I follow up, sir? And on the global steel glut that President Obama spoke about it with Australia PM Turnbull, as the readout said last night. We saw the comments from USTR and Penny Pritzker last month.
Good.
But does this suggest that there's some new White House initiative that might be going on, a broader initiative to tackle the glut?
Well, I think what both Ambassador Froman and Secretary Pritzker made clear in those statements is that the United States is working both bilaterally and through multilateral institutions, including the OECD, to build a policy consensus on addressing the excess capacity in the steel market and some other industries as well. So we're going to continue to pursue vigorous international engagement as part of a broader effort that includes aggressive enforcement right here at home. So for instance, the U.S. government has initiated an historic number of trade remedy proceedings in 2015, assessing more than $45 million in penalties on importers of steel products for violating their obligation to pay anti-dumping and countervailing duties. So the enforcement of these rules is something that the administration takes quite seriously. And it's also an important part of our foreign policy. So when President Obama is on the phone with world leaders, including the leader of Australia, we're talking about a range of issues. We're talking about important national security issues. We're talking about broader economic issues. But we're also talking about the importance of addressing something as technical as excess capacity in steel. And so I think those who follow this issue closely will recognize that that's not a particularly surprising development. But for those who don't, this should be a revealing look at the priority that the president places on enforcing trade agreements.
Also, Prime Minister Turnbull told press in Australia that that Obama advised him that the new time frame for TPP would be at the end of the year after the election, and that sort of contradicts what President Obama said. In Germany, he said he thought it could be done after the primaries. So does the White House see the new congressional window for TPP? Is it now in the lame duck?
Well, I don't have any more information to share about the conversation between Prime Minister Turnbull and President Obama. Our view is that Congress should act as quickly as possible to implement this agreement. That delaying the implementation of the agreement only puts off the significant benefits that American businesses and American workers can enjoy as a result of the agreement. For example, once this deal is implemented, we'll get about the work of cutting 18,000 taxes that other countries impose on American goods. So the longer that Congress delays the implementation of the TPP, the longer American businesses and American goods will be subject to these 18,000 taxes that other countries impose on American products. So the good news is that many Republicans on Capitol
All right, folks,
Hill
we're going to take you now
share the
live to Bernie
president's
Sanders rally happening right
view.
now.
And what we're also going to do about it is end the absurdity of women in America making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. And here's what else we're going to do about it. We're going to create millions of good-paying jobs rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. This is the United States of America. We should not be living in a nation in 2016 where our roads, our bridges, our water systems, and our wastewater plants are in need of massive repair. You know, in Vermont, people go into a pothole, we don't see them for weeks. After the thaw is over, we dig them out in the summertime. But all over this country, and by the way, it's not a joke, billions of dollars in automobile expenses occur because people's tires and axles get destroyed by going over potholes. We got thousands of bridges in this country that are in desperate need of repair. We used to have in America the cutting edge and best rail system in the world, the most modern system. We no longer have that. So we can create 13 million good-paying jobs rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, and together we're going to do that. And I'll tell you what else we're going to do. In my state, in your state, and all over this country, what we have seen over the last 30 years is many large and greedy corporations saying, why do I want to pay somebody in South Dakota a living wage when I can shut down here, shut down my plant in Vermont, and move to China, move to Mexico, and pay people starvation wages? Since 2001, we have lost almost 60,000 factories in America and millions of good-paying jobs. Now, not all of those losses are due to trade, but a lot of them are. Our message, my message to corporate America, if you want us to purchase your products, start manufacturing those products in the United States, not in China. You know what else we're going to do? Glad that you asked. When you have massive income and wealth inequality, when today moms are out working, dads are out working, kids are out working, and 58% of all new income goes
All right, looks like they're having a little bit of issues there in South Dakota. If that signal does come back, you know we'll go to it.
It values the important relationship that our two countries have. We cooperate on a wide range of issues. And the President had the opportunity to visit Brazil in his first term. And that was an opportunity for him to state affirmatively early in his presidency about the importance of the relationship between our two countries. That, of course, was renewed when President Rousseff visited the White House not too long ago. So the United States will stand with Brazil, even through these challenging times. And we continue to have confidence in the capacity of the government to rely on their well-established traditions and laws to manage their way through this challenging time for their country's politics. Okay. James, nice to see you today. It's been a little while.
Yes, sir. Three subjects I want to cover very quickly on each one. First, the remarks this week by the FBI Director, James Comey, in a briefing to reporters at the Bureau, in which he once again described what he has alternately termed the Ferguson effect and the viral video effect. Previously, when he discussed those matters, it led to direct rebuke from the White House, both from this podium and you and from the President himself. But the FBI Director appears to be doubling down on those comments in his most recent statement to reporters, saying, and I quote, "There's a perception that police are less likely to do the marginal additional policing that suppresses crime, the getting out of your car at 2 in the morning and saying to a group of guys, 'Hey, what are you doing here?' Unquote." I take it that in the time since this was last an issue between the White House and Director Comey in October and November of last year, nothing has arisen in crime statistics or any other external phenomena to cause the White House to now side with Director Comey in interpreting these events.
Well, James, I anticipated somebody might ask this question today. I think it's certainly a relevant one, and I had an opportunity to talk to the President about it a little bit this morning. So what I can tell you is that we have observed over the last year or so an uptick in some communities across the country in violent crime rates. And that's a source of some concern. And last year when this potential trend was first noticed, the President tasked his Attorney General with supporting the law enforcement agencies in those communities to help them confront the challenge of fighting that potential increase in violent crime. And there are a number of steps that the Department of Justice has taken. Earlier this spring, the Department of Justice announced that the U.S. Marshals Service had conducted a high-impact national fugitive apprehension initiative that was focused on the country's most violent offenders. And that 6-week initiative resulted in the arrest of more than 8,000 gang members, sex offenders, and other violent criminals. That is an indication of the important role that federal law enforcement can play in supporting the work of local law enforcement in these communities. What's also true, though, is that more broadly, crime rates across the country remain at or near historic lows. So the challenge for the Department of Justice has been to try to focus on those communities where the uptick has been noticed and try to blunt the impact of that. Now, as it relates to getting to the undermining cause of those upticks in violence, there still is no evidence to substantiate the claim that the increase in violent crime is related to an unwillingness of police officers to do their job. And I know that this is an observation that the Fraternal Order of Police has made in indicating that they don't believe that their members are afraid to get out of their cars and do their jobs. And so the President's point is that as we consider policy approaches to addressing those communities where we've seen an uptick in violent crime, we need to be making policy decisions that are based on facts and evidence and not anecdotes.
And so what we have before us then is the spectacle of the FBI Director twice in 6 months before the national press making assertions about crime and incidences of crime that are, in the view of the White House, based not on the facts or the evidence, but on anecdotes, and doing so in a very public way. And so the resulting question is why this doesn't shake your confidence in the FBI Director.
Well, I think in part because the FBI Director actually made clear that he didn't know exactly what was going on either. And I think, look, the fact is this is a complicated issue, and that's exactly the way that he described it. He said, why does Dallas see a dramatic spike and Houston doesn't? He acknowledged, he continued saying, it's a complicated, hard issue, but the stakes couldn't be higher. Later on, he said, I don't know for sure what's going on, but something has happened. Clearly it has. We just need to make sure that our policy approach to addressing this situation is rooted in evidence and facts. And Director Comey has indicated, and I think this was sort of part of the reason that this discussion arose, is that Director Comey indicated that he was seeking out additional information and additional evidence about what was exactly happening in these communities. But it's clear that we don't have enough evidence at this point to substantiate the claim that police officers not doing their job is the reason for this uptick. I think the president's concern, actually, is really focused on rebuking this false choice between protecting civil rights and fighting crime. The truth is, the vast majority of law enforcement officers that put on the uniform every day do both. They both are committed to fighting crime and doing it in a fair way. The best law enforcement agencies have made clear and have funded training and put in place policies that actually make it easier for their officers to pursue their job, to fight crime and do it in a fair way. And so the president's quite interested at a federal level figuring out what additional support can be provided by the federal government to local law enforcement agencies as they pursue both tasks, fighting crime, but also protecting civil rights.
Two other subjects very quick, much more quickly, I hope. Returning to Iran and Ben Rhodes, did Mr. Rhodes seek approval from anyone in the White House management before agreeing to allow Mr. Samuels of the New York Times Magazine to shadow him and quote him as he did?
There was a decision made by the White House to cooperate with Mr. Samuels' reporting.
And that decision involved individuals aside from Rhodes himself?
Correct.
Has Mr. Rhodes been rebuked by anyone in the White House management structure following the publication of that article?
No, not that I'm aware of. Mr. Rhodes is somebody who's served this White House and this president with distinction, and that's true when you consider that he led the effort to open up a diplomatic channel with the Cubans to bring about an effort to normalize the relations between our two countries. Mr. Rhodes was at the forefront of our policy effort to transform our diplomatic relationship with Burma and to encourage the democracy that was forming there. And Ben has also played a leading role in trying to establish these programs that are focused on cultivating young leaders in regions across the country and helping them, giving them access to the United States and cementing our relationship with them. So Ben has had a very broad policy portfolio at the White House, and he has carried out his responsibilities honorably and with distinction, and I think everybody here at the White House is quite proud to work with Mr. Rhodes.
But no one has told him that they considered his comments in the New York Times Magazine article to have been ill-advised?
Not that I'm aware of.
Last question on him, and following up on the earlier questions about the request for his testimony by the House Oversight Committee. I take it from your comments in saying that you're reviewing the letter from Congressman Chaffetz that the White House is not reflexively asserting an executive privilege claim with respect to this request.
That's correct. This has nothing to do with executive privilege.
Last subject. Both you and the President have, for a long time now, months now, jettisoned the standard posture of White House officials and the White House press briefing with respect to the opposing party's nominating process. Normally, it has been my experience in Washington, the White House waits till there's a nominee for the other party, doesn't wade into the process, doesn't comment on specific candidates or what they have to say, and says typically the time will come for that. That posture has been jettisoned here for months now with respect to Donald Trump, long before he cleared the field in his party. Mm-hmm. And one of the sets of comments by the President and others here has been to the effect that Mr. Trump's candidacy is already creating a great deal of consternation amongst foreign leaders and allies of the United States who are supposedly conveying these sentiments and these concerns to the White House and the State Department and so on. Put very simply, does President Obama view that the election of Donald Trump to the presidency would constitute a direct threat to the national security of the United States?
Well, well, let me say it this way. President Obama has been asked on a number of occasions to weigh in on Mr. Trump's candidacy. And I think more often than not, the President has shared his opinions on this. So what I have tried to do is to choose my moments carefully and making a point about the impact of the election on the ability of President Obama to do his job. I've also made clear that President Obama's priority is focused on protecting the important progress that we've made over the last 7 or 8 years. And his interest in the election is rooted in the idea that he wants his successor to be somebody who's committed to building on that progress and not tearing it down. And that's the way that he has engaged in the debate so far, and the president has certainly expressed concerns in the past about some of the rhetoric that a number of Republican presidential candidates have used. And the president has observed that those kinds of comments and that kind of rhetoric does have an impact on our national security, and certainly has an impact on our standing in the world. It certainly has an impact on our relationships with other countries, and the president has observed that it's not at all unusual for world leaders to ask questions about comments that were uttered on the campaign trail. So it clearly is having an impact, but I'll let the president, at the next opportunity that he has to take questions, choose to describe what impact he believes electing Mr. Trump would have on our national security.
Speak for yourself then. Do you see him as a threat to national security?
Well, I'll let the, I try to choose my spots. I don't think I'm going to choose this one. So, go ahead, Suzanne.
Yeah, just to follow up on that.
Okay.
Donald Trump has met with Republican leaders throughout the day here in Washington, Reince Priebus and Speaker Ryan. They've come out of these meetings and they've described them as productive and that they've really uniting around their core principles, at least that's what they're saying, publicly, to deny a third, what they say is a third Obama administration. Is there any concern in the White House or allies of the White House that Democrats are now falling behind now that it seems some of the Republicans are kind of trying to coalesce around Trump?
Yeah. You certainly have better informed, more experienced, and surely higher paid analysts who can examine the fault lines of the Republican Party. But even as a novice, I suspect that, well, look, even the joint statement that I read with some amusement today from Speaker Ryan and the Republican nominee, presumptive nominee, indicate that this was merely their first meeting. So I'm certainly not surprised to hear that. I think what I find to be interesting about this process is that Speaker Ryan has described his view that the entire Republican Party, including the presumptive presidential nominee, should rally behind the agenda that Speaker Ryan has put forward. I think the reason that he may be encountering some difficulty is that he's the Speaker of the House. He should already be using the responsibility that he has to implement that agenda. And that is not at all what Republicans have done. That certainly is not what Leader McConnell has done on the Senate side, and it's not what Speaker Ryan has done on the House side. There are any number of important critical priorities that Republicans could be focused on in the House of Representatives right now, and in the United States Senate, that are an important part of the job they have right now. Unfortunately, Republicans seem much more focused on the elections than they do on embracing the responsibility to deal with the results of the last elections that gave them a majority in the United States Congress. But right now, we see Republicans much more focused on their relationship with the presumptive nominee than they are on things like passing a budget or passing funding for the Zika virus to avert a public health disaster, or passing much-needed funding to relieve the financial turmoil on Puerto Rico that's having a negative impact on 3 million Americans who live there. We certainly haven't seen any action in either House of Congress on funding programs to fight opioid addiction. We see the House trying to take victory laps on legislation that doesn't actually provide any money to ensure that any more people can get access to treatment. So if Republicans had much conviction about their agenda, they'd be trying to implement it now, as opposed to trying to convince other members of the Republican Party or the presumptive Republican nominee that what they propose is the right thing to do. If they thought it was the right thing to do, why wouldn't they be trying to implement it right now? All of the things that I've just outlined are things that Republicans, at one point or another, have indicated is a priority to them, And all of those are things that I have said President Obama believes are a priority. In fact, we have been working hard to try to cajole Congress to act on a budget, to act on Zika, to act on Puerto Rico, to act on opioids, but they haven't. So I think that's why there might be skepticism, both inside the Republican Party and outside the Republican Party, that Republicans actually do have a governing agenda, because they've had an opportunity to present it and implement it, and they haven't done it. In fact, on this scorecard that I've just laid out, they haven't done anything.
Do you think it's just a show? I mean, this show of unity, do you think it's genuine? And if it is, does that signal something that's even perhaps a little bit more dangerous from the administration's point of view?
Yeah. I'm not going to, I don't know anybody here that's going to lose any sleep over the meeting. Okay. Kenneth.
Thank you, Josh. Going back to, you mentioned Zika funding, we've talked about Brazil. With the summer games, in light of what's happening in Brazil with the impeachment proceedings starting, with the outgoing Zika crisis outbreak in Brazil, will that impact the president's potential decision to attend the summer games? And also, does the president and the White House believe the Olympics should be moved or delayed from Brazil?
No, the White House doesn't have that view. We're going to be strongly supportive of our friends in Brazil as they tackle the significant challenges that they're facing right now. And we've talked about the support that we have offered in terms of confronting this public health challenge related to the Zika virus. And there is some assistance the United States has already provided, and we stand ready to provide additional assistance as needed to help Brazil fight Zika. We do that because, as we learned from Ebola, our investments in the capacity that other countries have to confront public health challenges ultimately has an impact on the public health and well-being and safety of the American people. So we know that the preponderance of the Zika virus is much more intense in Brazil. So we certainly stand ready to help them confront that challenge. As it relates to the Olympics, I think hosting the Summer Olympics is a significant undertaking for any country that chooses to assume that challenge. And the truth is, the world is rooting for Brazil to succeed in hosting a games that go off without a hitch. Ultimately, we want to be supportive of the effort of the Brazilians to host the games where the venues are ready, where the games take place safely and securely, and where we get to see the world's best athletes compete. And so we're certainly we're rooting for Brazil to succeed. Until it comes down to the actual competition, in which case we're going to be cheering for the Americans.
Josh, obviously the president's been outspoken about gun violence, and he spoke out when the incident with Trayvon Martin happened. I'm curious if the White House has a reaction to George Zimmerman, the killer of Trayvon Martin, auctioning off or trying to auction off the gun that was used to kill Trayvon Martin online. That since has been taken down, it appears. But any reaction to appearing that Zimmerman was using the gun to try to profit off that notoriety?
I don't have a reaction to it.
And one last follow-up for you. I'm pretty sure you're going to give a few more details on the state dinner. We're curious if the White House feels that it was getting a 5-for-1 deal with the Nordic leaders. And there's a lot of, when it comes to state dinners, there's that one-on-one attention. And for those who perceive that this could be a snub or perceived as a snub, your thoughts on that reaction to the fact that you're getting this 5-for-1 deal?
Look, this merely is an opportunity for the president to repay the hospitality that he enjoyed when he traveled to Europe a year or two ago and met with the Nordic leaders in Europe. The United States obviously has an important relationship with these 5 countries. For those of you scoring along at home, this is Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, and Denmark. And these are all countries that the United States has important working relationships with. So there are a range of issues related to the economy and to national security that we'll surely discuss, that the president will surely discuss with his counterparts. There's an opportunity to talk about climate change. These countries, in some cases, are dealing with more persistent and severe impacts than we are here in the lower 48, and demonstrating our ongoing commitment to implementing the international agreement to fight carbon pollution is, will also be a subject of some discussion. So the President and First Lady are quite proud to host the leaders of these countries here at the White House tomorrow, and it will be filled with all the pomp and circumstance that we typically reserve for countries with whom the United States has important relationships. And the United States certainly has important relationships that are worth investing in with these 5 countries. Okay? Ron?
Just follow up on the Trump question. Just a minute ago when you were answering questions about Donald Trump, you sounded perhaps a bit dismissive of him, and you were emphasizing the problems within the Republican Party and so on and so forth. But the fact remains that he has won more Republican votes during the primary process than anyone else. And are you...
As he frequently repeats on television.
Well, it's true. And again, I mean, are you taking him seriously enough? Is the White House taking him seriously enough? Are you being too dismissive of him?
Well, look, first of all, I think that's a question that can primarily be posed to the Democratic candidates for president, because they are the ones who are competing in the election. And based on the robust, competitive primary process that has unfolded over the last several months here on the Democratic side, it seems quite clear that both Democratic candidates take their potential Republican opponent quite seriously. And the president himself stood at this podium last Friday and talked about how the stakes of this election were quite significant, and it shouldn't be reduced to a reality television program, but rather should be subject to an intense debate around the issues and around the challenges that the next president will have to confront on behalf of the country. So the president certainly takes this quite seriously, and as I mentioned in response to James' question, the president's principal concern here is we've worked really hard to dig ourselves out of a terrible economic hole over the last 7 years. The president's worked hard to rebuild our relationship with our allies and partners around the world in a way that advances our interests and strengthens our national security. And the president doesn't want to see that eroded. In fact, he wants to make sure that he is succeeded by a president who recognizes that progress and is committed to building on it. And the president's going to be engaged in the campaign for that reason. The president understands the stakes of this election, and I think that means that everybody who's participating in the election should be taken seriously.
So again, this day of unity, whatever you want to call it, I don't want to do PR for that. You said you were dismissive of that. I'm sorry?
I wouldn't want that job either.
You did complain about your salary a minute ago.
In discussing that, you know, nobody's worried about it. I mean, you don't take that seriously, that in fact these leaders have come together, that they do have, and it's something, perhaps an advantage because their nominee has been determined before the Democrat. I mean, I hate to, but 6 months from now, if we're talking about this, there's a lot of, it could be a whole bit of evidence that suggests that the White House didn't take this seriously enough.
Well, again, I think that the people who primarily should take this seriously are the competitors in the election. And President Obama is keenly aware of the significant stakes of the outcome of the next election. And I assure you that over the next 6 months, the president will be actively engaged in that debate, and he looks forward to his opportunity to engage more deeply. I think my point is, again, you guys have far more experienced, far better sourced, and far better paid analysts who can offer up their own insight about the disruption within the Republican Party. But I would just point out that even in the supposed statement of unity, there's an observation that we will be having additional discussions, and the statement closes by indicating that this was merely our first meeting. So again, I don't think that there's more work to be done there, and I think that's evident from the statement that the two men issued.
On the president's schedule today, I don't think there's anything really public on the schedule about what he's doing, and the schedule this week feels there was the national security meeting and bill signing, but it feels to me like, again, in my limited experience here, that it's relatively light. And while you were very critical of what the Republicans aren't doing on Zika and Garland and other things, can you give us any more insight as to today exactly what the president is doing with any of these issues? Since there's nothing nothing being said publicly about what it is that he's doing. You talked to him about the issue brought up about policing, but what else is he doing today?
Well, the president does have a little bit of a lighter day than usual today, principally because he's got a very busy day tomorrow with the 5 world leaders who he will be hosting here at the White House. I'd also point out the president's going to deliver his commencement address at Rutgers University on Sunday over the weekend. This is the 250th commencement exercises of that fine institution, and the president's looking forward to speaking to it. He also has got a speech he's got to work on, so he's going to spend some time working on that speech for Sunday as well. So, yeah, but I think as April noted, the president tends to spend quite a bit more time on these commencement addresses because he takes them quite personally. So the president is being ably assisted by a couple members of the speechwriting team, but he's putting a lot of his own time and energy into this.
In terms of information being presented in his public schedule, he's not being less transparent, you wouldn't say, or he's not slowing down. He's as he said, leaving it all on the floor in the final months, and it's just a clerical thing, perhaps, that the schedule doesn't reveal as much as.
No, I think I acknowledge that the president's schedule today was a little bit quieter, but that's that reflects the fact that the president's got a very full day tomorrow, and then again on Sunday. Okay, Margaret.
Josh, does the president intend to sign the Senate bill that would authorize the ashes of the WASPs, the Women Air Force Service Pilots, to be buried at Arlington?
The president does intend to sign that legislation.
Do you have any time frame on that?
I don't know that we've even received it yet from the Congress, but we'll keep you posted on that.
And on China, or the country unnamed in the readout last night between Turnbull and Obama.
Really subtle, huh?
Yeah, a little passive aggressive.
That's the essence of diplomacy sometimes.
Indeed.
As you've covered more extensively than even I have.
I appreciate that. But can you give us a little bit more there? I mean, there was this pretty overt action, this maritime operation near that Chinese-occupied reef in the South China Sea, in the U.S. and Australia, coming quite close with, warships. I mean, that's happening. The president's headed to Asia next week. The steel glut was named in that readout. Obviously, China's the one who's getting a lot of blame for overproduction there. Would you say that tensions are on the rise with China?
I would not describe it that way. I think that there are concerns about China's activities in the South China Sea are well documented, and our concerns are concerns that we have raised both publicly and privately with Chinese officials at a range of levels. The freedom of navigation operation that was carried out by U.S. forces earlier this week is relatively routine. We've done that at least a couple of times just in the last 4 or 5 months. And it is not intended to be a provocative act. It merely is a demonstration of a principle that the president has laid out on a number of occasions, which is that the United States will fly, operate, and sail anywhere that international law allows. And this operation was undertaken consistent with that principle. And the concerns and the tensions that exist around the South China Sea don't actually directly involve the United States. The United States is not a claimant to any of the land features in the South China Sea. Our concern lies principally with the need for those parties that do have competing claims to resolve them through diplomacy. And we certainly do not want to see the tensions increase because of the risk that that could pose to the extensive international commerce that's conducted in that region of the world. So I think this also underscores the complexity of the U.S. relationship with Australia. Australia is one of our closest allies, and we work with them on a range of issues. And I'll let the Australians describe the concerns that they may have or the impact on their national security that the tensions in the South China Sea may have. But obviously the Australian economy is affected by the glut of capacity in the steel industry in much the same way that the U.S. is as well. I know that the Prime Minister Turnbull has indicated his own priority for ensuring that international trade is conducted fairly. And that common ground is the basis for the kinds of conversations that President Obama and he have on a fairly regular basis. So, these are, I think at the same time, the other thing that sort of underlies all of this is we have been able to work with China in pursuit of other priorities. And we've talked about North Korea and the influence that the Chinese government has with North Korea, the sanctions that were imposed by the United Nations that went further against North Korea, that went further than any set of previous sanctions that had been imposed on them, were only possible because the United States and China were able to cooperate in implementing them. Obviously, we worked with China to complete the Iran deal that we discussed earlier. That would not have been possible without China's active participation in the discussions, but also China had to be helpful in terms of imposing and enforcing the sanctions that compelled Iran to the negotiating table in the first place. So I think this illustrates that there are differences of opinion that we have with China, and I'm certainly not seeking to downplay them. They're significant, and they have significant consequences for our economy in particular. But they have not prevented the United States and China from being able to work effectively together to pursue other areas where we're in better agreement.
But why go out of your way to not name China? I mean, that's obviously who you were talking about. And that's where the point of tension is. I mean, if you're having a destroyer go near a reef, you're concerned they're going to turn into, an airstrip to land jets on, and that's a U.S. destroyer. I mean, that's a pretty overt signal. But you don't want to say China directly. I mean, it seems like an effort, a very concerted effort to avoid appearing to look confrontational.
Well, I think we're not just trying to avoid appearing confrontational. I think I said in my previous answer that we certainly did not intend for that to be considered a provocative act. So I think we're being pretty explicit about that. And we've been explicit about that fact both in public and in private at a range of levels. And so
The time frame with the president headed to the region, obviously everything's getting scrutinized.
Sure, and that's
that was a factor here or no?
Well, we know that Vietnam in particular has some concerns about competing claims in the South China Sea. We know that Vietnam is a signatory to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and we certainly are looking to broaden our economic relationship with Vietnam. There's a rapidly growing middle class in Vietnam, and U.S. companies could benefit from the opportunity to do business in that part of the world. That would be good for the U.S. economy. It certainly would be good for U.S. workers, and the President's committed to pursuing that priority as he travels overseas. And look, we know that China sees the same potential benefit if they can increase their ability to do business inside of Vietnam. That's actually the essence of the argument that the President has made with regard to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, that if the United States and the rest of the international community doesn't go in and write the rules of the road for doing business in Vietnam, then China will. And the benefits of the United States being a part of those rules of the road, it means we're going to have higher labor standards, we're going to have higher human rights standards, higher environmental standards. China hasn't made those things a priority, and we know that if China's given an opportunity to get a foothold in Vietnam, they certainly are not going to be interested in raising standards. You could even imagine a scenario where they might even allow those standards to be lowered even further. So, there's no denying that that at least when it comes to our relationship with Vietnam, there are significant consequences for our relationship with China. But we never want to create a scenario in which we can't pursue our common interests with China. And the President's been quite clear about that. And we've been effective in implementing that strategy in a way that has had positive benefits for China and the United States. And in fact, that's why the other thing that we often say in describing our relationship with China is that we welcome a rising China. In fact, that's the reason that we're hopeful that they can be persuaded to abide by the international rules of the road when it comes to resolving competing claims in the South China Sea. When you're an economy and as large as China, when you're as influential as China is, particularly in that region of the world, then you benefit from the ability of disputes to be resolved without going to war. And you benefit from disputes being resolved with the expectation that everybody's going to follow the rules. And that's certainly the case that we make to China, and I think that's an indication of how we're able to work with China, how we welcome a rising China. But look, we're going to have our differences, and we're not going to shy away from expressing those either.
Quick question on Iran, with the Secretary of State in Europe meeting with businesses. Does the White House want to see more European banks do business in Iran?
Well, I think what the White House wants is to fulfill our responsibility to international financial institutions, to describe to them exactly what is allowed and what's not allowed when it comes to doing business with Iran. And that's something that has been part of not just Secretary Liu's job description, but Secretary Kerry has gone to great lengths to try to describe the rules of the road to international financial institutions as well. There are a couple of things that I think are relevant to point out here. One of the things that the heads of these banks say is that the United States has been forceful in enforcing these sanctions, which is why we want to be sure that we are on the right side of the law here. That's validation of what we've said here many times, which is that we take sanctions enforcement quite seriously, and there are large financial institutions that have had to pay big fines for circumventing those sanctions. So we're quite serious about that. I think the second thing that I would say is that, Iran has expressed concerns about the fact that they're not getting the kind of engagement with the international business community that they would like to see. And I think our response to that is simply that there certainly is more that Iran can do to encourage that kind of international investment, because that international investment is looking for a stable business climate in which to do business. And if you are routinely testing ballistic missiles that violate United Nations sanctions that govern your ballistic missile program, well, that's not going to inspire the confidence of business leaders that this is a safe place to do business. If you are supporting terrorism around the world, that's not going to be particularly persuasive to business leaders that Iran is a good place to make an investment. So there's more that Iran can do.
Provide letters basically legally assuring these firms that they won't be prosecuted if they go ahead and do business. I mean, that's the level of insurance they want.
Well, I guess I'd refer you to the State Department or the Treasury Department or maybe even the Department of Justice in terms of what kind of assurances can be provided to international companies about what is appropriate and what's not when it comes to doing business with Iran. But look, the fact that you have the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of State at different points sitting down with business leaders from around the world, I think that is an indication that we take quite seriously the responsibility that we have to help people understand what the rules are, because they should know that we're going to enforce them.
All right, everybody, we're going to transition here. Kinsey's going to come up and take you to 9 o'clock. Hope everyone's having a great evening. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, it's a slow evening at Fox 10. News now, no live events to take you to right now. But I'm here to enjoy the evening with you. Just getting my computer set up. You are looking at a beautiful view of the White House. What's up in front of it? So it looks like that's interesting. It looks like, are they maybe watching movies? Are they watching movies? I'd be so jealous. But do you see that tarp in front of it? That's interesting to me. Okay. I'm going to start my portion off with this adorable thing John Hook and I shot earlier. Are you rets for it? Here we go.
John Hook here, and it Hi all, Kinsey Schofield and John Hook here, and it is the most wonderful time of the year.
Christmas?
Basically. Senator Jeff Flake has released a list of studies that are federally funded that can only be described as, well, bizarre. What is this all about?
You know, he does this, and it's really good, I think, because he wants to illustrate where government is wasting your taxpayer money.
Right. I've put together a list of some of the strangest studies, but I've hidden a few fakes in the mix, and I want to see if you can. I want to see if you can.
Oh, it's a
spot
game
them.
show.
It is a game
Love
show.
it. Okay. Okay.
All right. So number one.
Oh, you're quizzing me now.
I'm quizzing you. So I'm giving you.
I didn't count on this. Okay.
3 options. One of them is fake. Are you ready?
Yes.
Where does it hurt the most to be stung by a bee? Why does walking with coffee cause it to spill? The science behind Kim Kardashian. One of those is fake.
Oh, man. The coffee one has got to be fake.
The coffee one is $172,000. They're spending on.
$172,000 to find out why coffee spills when you walk.
I know, lazy person.
Isn't that
it's
pretty
called
obvious?
The lid. It's called the lid. It's the science behind Kim Kardashian that I made up. They're spending $1 million on finding out where it hurts the most to be stung by a bee. Do Republicans and Democrats look different? Does Donald Trump tan? Do drunk birds slur when they sing? One of those is fake.
I think the Donald Trump is fake.
Good job, because we're spending $50,000 to determine if Republicans and Democrats look different, and we're spending $5 million to find out if birds slur when they're drunk and they sing.
How much on the Republican Democrat if they look different?
$50,000.
I think there's some actual use for that.
Really?
Wouldn't you like to know if you're at a cocktail party before you open your big trap?
What makes goldfish feel sexy? Why is yawning contagious? How many Twitter followers make you famous?
Goldfish sexy. I can't imagine you can even determine that.
Well, you know what? We spent $3.9 million trying to determine what makes goldfish feel sexy.
Are goldfish sexy?
I've never felt that way. And then we spent
This is great.
$1 million to determine why yawning is contagious, and I am very curious, but not $1 million curious. That's a lot of handbags. Could you outrun a dinosaur? How long does it take to pee like a racehorse? Do Nikes make you run faster?
All or false?
No, only the Nikes making you run faster. We spent $1.9 million to determine whether or not you can outrun a dinosaur. $331,000 on how long does it take to pee like a racehorse.
All right. Well, the racehorse one, after a long night at a bar, that may be valid. You may need to know that.
Right.
The outrunning the dinosaur, unless you're in the...
Unless you're Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, unless you're in the 5th sequel to Jurassic Park, I don't think you need to know that.
All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay.
Let us know how you did, because I'm sure you were going along with John Hook and I. And
Are you guys as shocked as we are at how your money's being spent?
Absolutely.
That's great.
And for a full list of Senator Jeff Flake's fun list, check out fox10phoenix.com. Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Kinsey. Good stuff. I mean,
laughs.
yeah. Well, there.
All right, hold on, guys. I need to test something out here, so I'm gonna head over here. Oh. All right, I'm back. Experiment over. Hold on. Now you can go back to the video we're watching. Oh, are you hearing that? Here, look at me for a second. We're having audio issues. I was talking to Halala about it yesterday. She messaged me saying that there was a buzz. So I just want you to know that we are trying to correct that. In the meantime, I'll go back to Hook's video.
Along with John Hook and I. And
Are you guys as shocked as we are at how your money's being spent?
Absolutely.
That's great.
And for a full list of Senator Jeff Flake's fun list, check out fox10phoenix.com. Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Kinsey. Good stuff. I mean,
laughs.
yeah. Well, they're inventing ways to spend your money, folks. Isn't it great? Isn't Washington grand? Oh. Wow. That was fun. I enjoyed
Wasn't
that.
So cute.
That was fun.
I love it. So,
very well edited, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what was of all those that we just played with, what was the most outrageous one for you?
Being like a racehorse. No.
It's like, didn't we all, wasn't that college? Can't we
You know,
just let it go?
we left some good bits on the cutting room floor, actually,
Yeah.
about where it's most painful to be stung.
We did. I was just trying to save our jobs.
You can imagine.
But that was
Right.
that was so much fun to do with you, and I knew you would be the perfect person to do it with because you're very knowledgeable in politics, and you have a relationship with a lot of these guys that sign along the dotted line.
Yeah. You know, the problem is there may be a good bill that they want to sign, and they look at it and they go, boy, there's a bunch of junk in here, the pork barrel stuff that
Right.
I don't like,
Right.
but I need this for Arizona. We need a road built. We need a water treatment facility, and it's in there, and we need that, but I've got to vote for this other idiot.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And so that's how this stuff gets done.
Right.
Everybody piles in their pork.
Yeah.
And
well, I also think
it's
that,
sick.
that maybe I had this conversation yesterday too. Maybe the actual study is what causes goldfish to, mate.
And so it's a portion of the
right,
study.
but we manipulate it to make it look sillier. Like maybe.
Well, that wouldn't be we. That'd be Jeff Flake.
Oh.
Let's
no,
give
it's not
credit.
us.
Let's give
it's not
credit
us.
where credit's due.
That's true. This is Jeff Flake's. This is
This
Jeff
is his
Flake's
bit.
list. But
This is his bit.
And this is how often do they release? Because McCain releases lists like this too. How often do they release this stuff? Because
I don't know.
Samia asked what I meant by the most.
I thought it was every quarter.
Samia asked what I meant by the most wonderful time of the year, and I was like, this is something they regularly do.
They do. Yeah, they do. And Flake makes a pretty big production out of it.
Right. Well, I thought that was
It's good. I
very
mean,
cute.
they should be keeping an eye on it. What I'm not seeing is that even though they're keeping an eye on it,
They're
I'm
putting
not
the hammer
seeing
down,
any
like,
restraint.
stop. Right.
Yeah, I'm not. They're saying, look how idiotic this is. Look how idiotic we all are, but we're not stopping it.
Yeah.
Right? It keeps happening.
Well, he doesn't want to be Trump's VP.
Can you run?
He could have made.
Can you run for something?
I've told you, I'm ready for you to run. I'll do your social media. I'm your girl.
No, that job, I'll tell you, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know.
Well, go get ready for the 5.
I think people go in with honorable intentions and they get corrupted by the whole thing.
I've heard so many people say that,
Yeah,
and
they
you're
do.
right.
They do.
I believe you're right. Good moral compass, and then
Yep.
they're swayed.
That's where term limits might be a good thing.
Right.
Get you out of there before you're twisted
Before
up in
you're
knots.
corrupt.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to play this video of
Bye,
Samia
guys.
and Ron Hoon next.
Oh, really?
Hey everyone, Samia Khan and Ron Hoon here. Ron,
I think it might
George
cut out
Zimmerman
now,
was
'cause this is
trending
just
all
it
morning.
is.
I obviously.
All right, that does cut out. If you want to watch that, it's on our Facebook page. Samia and Ron talking about George Zimmerman. Get a clue. I think he needs to be careful because if he doesn't stop doing idiotic things, somebody is going to go after him. And everybody's going to sit back and go, we told you so. Hey, I wanted to see this Paul Ryan acknowledging his meeting with Trump today. It looks like it doesn't start at the very beginning. But hey, that's all right. Hopefully we'll get the gist. Why don't you watch Paul Ryan talking about his meeting with Donald Trump earlier today with me? And I'll give you my thoughts at the end.
I think we had a very encouraging meeting. Look, it's no secret that Donald Trump and I have had our differences. We talked about those differences today. That's common knowledge. The question is, what is that we need to do to unify the Republican Party and all strains of conservative wings in the party. We had a very good and encouraging, productive conversation on just how to do that. It was important that we discussed our differences that we have, but it was also important that we discussed the core principles that tie us all together. Principles like the Constitution, the separation of powers, the fact that we have an executive that is going way beyond the boundaries of the Constitution, and how it's important to us that we restore Article 1 of the Constitution. You know, it's the principle of self-government. We talked about life and how strongly we feel about this core principle. We talked about the Supreme Court and things like this. I was very encouraged with what I heard from Donald Trump today. I do believe that we are now planting the seeds to get ourselves unified, to bridge the gaps and differences. And so from here, we're going to go deeper into the policy areas to see where that common ground is and how we can make sure that we are operating off these same core principles. And so, yes, this is our first meeting. I was very encouraged with this meeting, but this is a process. It takes a little time. You don't put it together in 45 minutes. So that is why we had, like I said, a very good start to a process on how we unify.
You don't think that it's an issue of
It's Jonathan.
So, Mr. Speaker, I read that statement as well, and I'm still a little confused. Are you endorsing Donald Trump?
Look,
if you're not, what is holding you back? And do you really have a choice? I mean, you pulled out voting for Hillary Clinton.
The process of unifying the Republican Party, which just finished a primary about a week ago, perhaps one of the most divisive primaries in memory, takes some time. Look, there are people who are for Donald Trump, who are for Ted Cruz, who are for John Kasich, who are for Marco Rubio and everybody else. And it's very important that we don't fake unifying, we don't pretend unification, that we truly and actually unify so that we are full strength in the fall. I don't want us to have a fake unification process here. I want to make sure that we really truly understand each other and that we are committed to the conservative principles that make the Republican Party, that built this country. And again, I'm very encouraged. I heard a lot of good things from our presumptive nominee, and we exchanged differences of opinion on a number of things that, you know, everybody knows we have. There are policy disputes that we will have. There's no two ways about it. Plenty of Republicans disagree with one another on policy disputes, but on core principles. Those are the kinds of things that we discussed. And again, I'm encouraged. Craig. Yeah, I think this is going in a positive direction, and I think this is a first very encouraging meeting. But again, in 45 minutes, you don't litigate all of the processes and all the issues and the principles that we are talking about. I didn't catch that. Look, I think it's important that the kind of conversation we had is between the two of us, and no offense, but I don't want to litigate our conversation through the media, because I think when you're beginning to get to know someone, you have a good conversation of trust between each other. So I want to keep the things we discussed between the two of us because they were very important and they were personal in some senses. And that means we talked about what it takes to unify, where our differences were, and how we can bridge these gaps going forward so that we're strong as a party going into the fall. Let me give Wong. He did. I am the Speaker of the House. I am happy to serve in this capacity at the chair of our convention if our presumptive nominee wants me to do so. I see that as it's the delegates who technically make that decision, but I would honor the decision of our presumptive nominee, and he did express that interest. Let me go. Halpern. Yeah, so his personality, I thought he's a very good personality. He's a very warm and genuine person. Like I said, I met him for like 30 seconds in 2012, so we really don't know each other, and we started to get to know each other. So I actually had a very pleasant exchange with him. That's point number one. Point number two, look, there are just things we really believe in as conservatives. We believe in limited government. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the proper role of the differences in the separation of powers. We believe in things like life. I know not everyone is pro-choice in our party, and we accept all comers, but we are a majority pro-life party, and these are things that are important to us. And so we just had a good exchange of views on these kinds of issues. I think he's over having the same conversation with the Senate right now. Our leaders met with him, and everybody expressed opinions and exchanged ideas, And so the point of this is, I think we're off to an encouraging start. It is important that we get ourselves to full strength so that we can win in the fall, because the stakes could not be higher. But it takes more than 45 minutes, Mark. We discuss those issues at great detail.
Speaker, you have defined modern conservatism along the lines of entitlement reform, pro-trade, and immigration, both on the Muslim ban and dealing with the issue comprehensively for those who are not Muslim. When you say few problems in this joint statement, aren't you papering over these rather sizable differences in not only how conservatism is defined broadly, but how you have tried to define it for this House context?
Right. So I represent a wing of the Conservative Party, you could say. He's bringing a whole new wing to it. He's bringing new voters that we've never had for decades. That's a positive thing. The point, though, is, can we agree on the common core principles that unite all of us? We will have policy disputes. There's no two ways about that. All Republicans did. Mitt Romney and I didn't agree on everything in 2012. So we will have policy disputes. I'm not interested in litigating the past. I am interested in going forward and seeing where that common ground exists to make sure that we can have a unified Republican Party. That, yes, there will be different Republicans that have different views on various policy ideas. The question is, can we unify on common core principles that make our party, and by the way, the principles that built this country, and I'm very encouraged that the answer to that question is yes. I have one more over here. Sorry, the lady first. Yeah.
You just mentioned the millions of new voters, and he's bringing in new people. I was wondering how you actually interpret his success. Is it going to mean fundamental realignment of the party because of these new voters that he's bringing in? Just how do you interpret his success?
It's really kind of unparalleled, I think. He has gotten more votes than any Republican primary nominee in the history of our country, and this isn't even over yet. He hasn't even gone to California yet, so it's really a remarkable achievement. So the question is, and this is what we think we can be a party to helping, how do we unify it all? So this is really a big and growing movement. How do we keep adding and adding and adding voters while not subtracting any voters? And to me, that means a positive vision based on core principles, taking those principles, applying them to the problems facing our country today, and offering people positive solutions, and speaking to people where they are in life, addressing their anxieties, and show that we have a better plan. Look, here's what we agree on. A Hillary Clinton presidency would be a disaster for this country. It's effectively a third Obama term. And the other thing we all know is most Americans do not like where this country is headed. 7 out of 10 Americans think America is on the wrong track. We agree with that. So the question is, can we unify around our common principles to offer the country a compelling and clear choice in an agenda going forward so that the men and women of this nation get a real and honest choice about how to fix this country and get us on a better track? And I am very encouraged that we can put that together. I'll go one more in the back. Yes, you got here late. We talked about all of these issues, and our policy teams are meeting to just walk through details. So again, this is a process. We just began the process. I'm very encouraged at the first meeting of this process. And going forward, we're going to go a little deeper into the policy weeds to make sure that we have a better understanding of one another. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So that was Paul Ryan. Are you leaving, or did you want to? Okay. Bye. That's Paul Ryan reacting to his meeting with Donald Trump earlier today. I saw so many negative comments on our Facebook page about that, and I thought that what he said was really nice and complimentary. So I'm uncertain as to why people are so mad at him. But it is the internet, and I do tend to be mad at everyone and anyone. Let's be real. I just wanted to watch that because I'd actually seen all the comments before I watched the actual video. I feel better now, having seen the video. But I also was thinking that even if they're not united, he should be saying that they are, because right now there's just the GOP reeks of weakness because we have to have little press conferences like, okay, I'm getting along with Donald Trump right now. If everybody would just, suck it up and rally behind the person that clearly the United States is behind, they would have a much easier time. And the brand wouldn't be tarnished. It looks tarnished. All right, so next I think we should stay in politics. Let's stick to politics this evening. And I was just saying to Mike, Bernie Sanders is everywhere. Did he borrow Trump's jet? I haven't seen Trump in days in regards to a rally, and Bernie Sanders is all over the place. He's doing like 3 and 4 rallies a day. So, let's see here. So, where's my Bernie? Oh. So we're going to go to Bernie Sanders. This is Bernie in Dakota. Dakota? Says, well, that's what my notes say, and I'm going to find out where he is, and if I can get this quality improved, because we're verging on carrier pigeon here. There he is. There he is.
We have got to substantially lower the cost of prescription drugs, and we have to be much more effective in dealing with problems like alcoholism and drug abuse. In my state of Vermont and up in New England, we have a serious crisis with opiate and heroin addiction, and that problem exists all across this country. And we have got to significantly improve mental health treatment so that people get the health care when they need it. And to the young people who are here, I want to say this. In my view, we should be making public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, the reason for that is that in many parts of this country, in order to get out and get a good job, you need a college education. But there are a lot of families in this country, and I grew up in a family that did not have a lot of money. There are a lot of families in this country today simply cannot afford the high cost of college. So what I want to tell the young people here is I believe that if any young kid, whether it's in South Dakota or in Vermont or any place else, studies hard and does well in school, regardless of the income of that family, that child should be able to get into college. Now, as many of you know, our infrastructure, that is our roads, and I gather you have serious problems here with the quality of your roads, right? All right. And our bridges and our water systems all over America. People are worried about the quality of the water that they are drinking. And we've got to make sure that when you drink water, it is clean water, it is pure water. We have to improve our wastewater plants. We have to improve our rail system and our airports. And that's why I believe we should invest $1 trillion in rebuilding our infrastructure and also in building affordable housing. And when we rebuild our infrastructure, we can create up to 13 million decent-paying jobs, which is what we need to do. All right, our goal is to develop a new relationship with the Native American people. As I have said all over this country, the United States has learned an enormous amount and owes the Native American people a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. And one of the most important lessons that Native Americans have taught this entire country is that human beings, all of us, are part of nature. And we have to live with nature, coexist with nature, and if we destroy nature, we are ultimately destroying the human beings of this planet. And one of the areas that I am very concerned about is the issue of climate change. Climate change is real, it is caused by human activity, and it is already causing serious problems in our country and throughout the world. And that means that we have to transform our energy system away from fossil fuels to energy efficiency and sustainable energies. Okay, so let me conclude by saying, again, thank you all very much for being here. We will develop, if I'm elected president, a new relationship with the Native American people. C, what I understand the case to be, that poverty here, unemployment here, substance abuse here is much, much too high. And together we are going to create the jobs and the health care and the educational opportunities the people here on Pine Ridge and throughout Indian country are entitled to. Thank you all very much. What I want to do now is we are going to have some folks come up and speak for a few minutes about specific issues. Then we're going to open it up for your questions and your comments. All right, let's start with Tati Wee, who is the Attorney General here.
I'm going to stand to the side because I feel awkward standing in front of you. As mentioned, I'm the Attorney General for the tribe, and so one of the biggest issues that we see in our communities is the high rate of recidivism, whether it's for our tribal inmate population, our tribal members that are stateside convictions, or our federal inmates. Over 60% of our federal individuals that are on federal probation are violated on that probation for status offenses. Over 60%. Status offenses being intoxicated, high on some type of drug. We're in this revolving wheel, like mice in a hamster wheel here, where we're doing the same things, putting people in jail, and it's not effective. So we have to totally revamp the way we look at criminal justice and incorporate what we're doing to treat addiction medically and behaviorally. So I'm glad you mentioned the addiction because of our unique status with the federal government, our treaties give us that trust and treaty responsibility to our federal partners, IHS being one of them. So at what point in time will Indian Health Service be held accountable for the type of health care they provide for our people? When are they going to get ahead of the curve and start implementing medicine and practices and technologies that are effective for handling addiction.
Can I interrupt you? What I'd like to do, let me just, if I might, to make this discussion maybe more vibrant, I want to, you stay up here, stay on, but I want to involve other people. All right, why are so many people getting in trouble with the law? Can I ask that question, Tati? All right, stand up, raise your hand, let's get, my question is, the Attorney General makes a good point, that you have a system that is failing, people get arrested, they go to jail, they come back, they go to jail again, right?
Yes.
All right, so let's start off, help me out here. Why are so many people going to jail in the first place? Raise your hand, people. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, is marijuana a major... Take the mic. Take the mic. Hold the mic close to your mouth. Yup.
I think the federal government needs to decriminalize marijuana.
Okay. All right. Are a lot of people getting in trouble with the law because of possession of marijuana? Is that an issue?
No.
All right, Ray, sir, stand up here, please. Paul, get the mic to him.
I firmly believe that on these reservations, since we are so remote, that like this lady back here yelled, she said boredom. Our youth don't have much to do, let alone the adults, so they reach out for in this extracurricular activities to relieve themselves with some sort of chemical or negative influence. Next thing you know, they end up in jail. And I think that's pretty much the basis, isn't it? Poverty is a big one.
Okay. All right, you know what I'd like? And I'm going to give you the... Is this okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I just want to involve it. I'll give you the mic. I want young people. Some young people...
Right here, they're on this section.
Okay, you guys, stand up. Tell me why people are getting arrested. Is it true that people are bored, nothing to do? What's going on? Young lady right here. Do you want to stand up? Yeah, you. There's a microphone right behind you. If you can hold it. Stand up. Hold it to your mouth. What's going on?
There's less activities, like, I don't know, let's say, like everyone's into softball, boxing, and everything, and then I don't know, I'm kind of...
Are you doing good? You're doing good. Is there not enough activities for young people?
Not enough activities for like everyone.
Okay.
Like, yeah, not everyone, not into everything.
Okay. Good job.
Hello. Well, like what Katie was saying, she said there is not really anything to do around here besides sports, but you know, not everyone's into sports. Some people are into skateboarding, the park, art, music, reading, but we don't really have a place to go, or those people don't really have a place to go. Like for me, I'm a basketball player, and this right here is my place to go. The readers, they don't have nowhere to go, or...
All right, let me ask you another. I'm going to ask you a hard question. You ready for a hard question?
Yes.
Do kids here think that when they get out of school, they're going to have decent jobs? All right, who wants to talk about the young man with the interesting hairdo there, right? Okay.
There's not enough jobs available for us because some kids are dropping out and not earning their high school diploma. But jobs out there, they require their diploma. But for us, it's hard because of where we grew up. People aren't depending on us more because of, how should I put this? Sometimes it's dependency. People think, oh, I don't have a job, I need to depend on someone else. No, dependency is when you need the job. They need it to depend on themselves, to get themselves up in the world.
Good. All right, thank you. All right, I want to get a sense here. I want to get a sense of how young people feel about the future. Are they happy with school? Are they looking optimistically to get jobs? And I'm hearing that that is not the case. Are many of the young people here thinking that, in fact, if they do well in school, they can go to college? Or is college just a distant dream, too expensive. Who wants to talk to me about that? I see a young lady over there. Yes. 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 Can we get a mic to that young lady? Stand up. Where's the mic? No, that's her, right. Thank you. Hold that mic right close to your mouth.
I guess our views on like college and stuff, it seems kind of far. Like some of us, we lose motivation, we lack motivation. Sometimes it could be related to home stuff, but I mean, here too, it's just like, it seems far, it seems so far. And
Now,
like,
if I
some
were
of
to
us are
tell
just
you,
like,
if I were to tell you point blank, that if you did well in school, if you studied hard, I would guarantee that you would go to a public college or university. Would that make a difference in your life?
yeah, it would probably make me strive for the best that I could be, but sometimes there's no motivation, there's like no hope. Like a lot of us think about our future and we're just like, damn, I wonder if we're gonna even be there. Or I wonder if we'll make it there. Will we graduate? Will we get there? Are we gonna be able to afford college? Are we gonna get there and then are we gonna drop out? Are we gonna just like be one of those people that get a chance and then we just come back home? Like, because that's a lot of what happens.
Are you seeing a lot of your friends turning to drugs or alcohol?
Yep, myself included. I'll be honest.
Do you want to say a word on that or not?
No, but
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, a lot of us turn to that. It's the truth. I ain't gonna lie.
No, that's right. Okay. Well, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. Okay. Let's stay with the young people. All right, let's get other comments from young people. Anybody else? All right. Where am I seeing? All right. Thank you. Let's get a mic, Paul. Do we get a mic to?
Well, I think that the support, first of all, should come from within the homes. We as young people see our parents, our uncles, our aunties doing drugs and abusing things, so...
All right, so let me stop you and interrupt you. Again, I'm trying to understand. What you're saying is, in many households, parents are doing alcohol or drugs.
Yeah, so we see it, and we, growing up thinking that it's okay and that it's acceptable.
So if parents are doing it, then the kids are going to start doing alcohol or drugs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I feel that if, like, there's more support there, then we can start believing that we can go to school. And maybe if, like, the college tuition's free, then it's another possibility because a lot of us can't afford school.
Okay.
And it's like another obstacle, like, oh my God, how am I going to pay for this?
All right, so if I told you that if you did well in school, I mean, you're going to have to do well in school and be prepared, but if you did well in school, that public colleges and universities would be tuition free to you. Would that make a difference in your life?
I think it would make a difference. It pushed me, myself, to do better and to show others that we can do it.
All right, let me change. People can talk about anything they want to, but I want to stay maybe on education, and I want you to be honest with me. Are you getting the quality education you think you need? All right, I see a young lady right there. Yes. All right.
I think education on the reservation isn't what it should be. The teachers, you know how drugs and everything is a problem on the reservation? Some of our teachers are like that too, and they just don't care about the education that we're getting. And they just think that they want to be cool with the students and everything. And they're not teaching us what we need to be taught. And they're not motivated to teach either, so they're thinking if they don't want to teach us, then why would we want to learn that? And
Okay, very good point. Okay, thank you very much. Other comments? All right, I see a hand right here, Paul. Okay, yep.
What we need here is support.
Hold that mic close to your mouth.
What we need here is support from the federal government for our school systems to teach the way that we learn. I took my kids out of the public school and I homeschooled them because I didn't feel like the way they were being taught was meeting their needs. We need to restructure our education system across all Indian lands to the way that we learn. We need to bring teachers up to teach how we learn. We don't need to learn American standards. We need to learn our standards first.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, I see a gentleman in the blue over there.
Yes. Stand up if you could, sir.
I personally think that a lot of the problems on the reservation stems from how nonviolent drug offenders are treated in the justice system. There are a lot of people that go to prison for using drugs. I have been incarcerated for having dirty pee, and what they're doing, they're having these kids go to these federal prisons for selling marijuana, and they're coming back with meth connections. And it's just, the justice system isn't really meant for us.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, I want to stay on an issue. I think at the heart of a lot of things is the lack of jobs and the lack of income. Is that true? All right, who wants to talk about that? Why is it? Yes, young man right here in blue. Yeah. Can we get a mic?
I don't believe
Hold that mic close.
I don't believe there's a lack of jobs. I just think there's a lack of motivation around here because there are over 100 ranchers that look for help every day. They go around helping, looking for help, pull people out of their beds just to get help, and they pay really well. And some people are afraid to stand up to them because they don't know what to do when they go to work. And then there's no inspiration from the educated world to help us, motivate us to get
All right,
our
so you're
education.
saying there are some jobs available, but people don't know, have the job training to know, or the confidence to do those jobs. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, we got a woman right back there. Paul, right in front of you. If you can get that mic turned.
Okay, what I would like to say actually kind of touches on all of the subjects. One thing that I think they all link together. The increase in incarceration, I believe, has a lot to do with people partaking in illegal activities to do different things like support their families because they can't get jobs.
So selling drugs becomes a source of income when there aren't
stealing
jobs.
food, stealing clothing and diapers for their children, several things, crime to support the family. And that because the education isn't good enough to get the jobs that really aren't very available. I think it's all linked together, but I think a lot of it has to do with just trying to support yourself, trying to support your family and take care of what you need to do, and falling back on any option that you have because
Okay.
you have no other options.
All right, everybody hear what she said? What she is saying is that sometimes people are turning to crime because it's a means of supporting their family. Is that true? All right. Okay, I see a hand right here. Sir? All right, don't worry. Yeah, okay.
Senator Sanders, I am the founder of Mazacoin. We are a Bitcoin clone. No one taught me how to code. I learned myself because that level of education is not here. Right now, we have at our disposal some of the most advanced technology on the planet, used by 90% of the world's banks, and that's blockchain technology. Yet, when we bring it to the tribe, myself, when I brought this back home and said, I have something that will help, I couldn't even get past the door. I developed a gun registration program that is second to none, absolutely fraud-proof using the blockchain. It couldn't, I've given it to Miss Mean's office, no response. We have an ID system for the tribal IDs, again, making them the most secure ID on the planet. Again, no one will talk to us.
Okay.
If you become president, would you support the tribe having a cryptocurrency as
Well,
our
I would
official?
support getting technology and broadband of the highest quality onto the reservations of this country, because I don't know how you do economic development if you don't have cell phone service and if you don't have high quality broadband. All right, what I want to do now is I want to bring up, let's see, we have, all right, Tati, did you want to conclude your remarks? Okay, let me go to Evie Espinoza, who's going to talk about healthcare. Evie, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, stay right there.
Okay, so first I want to take this time to first acknowledge Unchi Marie. Today's her birthday, and I want to wish her a happy 96th birthday. Second, I want to thank Senator Sanders and all of you for making the time to come here and be a part of this event today. Elder once told me the most generous thing we can give of ourselves is our time. And so I want to thank you, and I want to thank all of you that came for that. Specific to healthcare, I know Senator Sanders, you have a stance that healthcare should be a right for all. To us, it's something more than that, because not only should it be a right for all, but we have a legal document with this federal government that assures we are entitled to quality and safe health care. And that is not being provided right now. Currently at home in Rosebud, our hospital is in what's called a systems improvement agreement because they lack the ability currently to provide safe and quality care. Our emergency room was shut down in December. And since then, 6 of our relatives have died in the back of our tribal ambulances 8 miles from the next nearest ER. That is unacceptable and it's criminal. It's destroying families. It's feeding the system. And in my opinion, it's a modern form of genocide today. That system that is set for us to be able to go there and be taken care of and be helped, it's not that. It's destroying the people that work for it. It's forcing them to enforce policies that go against everything we believe in. It doesn't support and foster making us a stronger nation, a stronger people, a healthy people. It does the opposite. So these staff members that work in these agencies are forced to say, either I enforce this policy that I know goes against everything I believe in, or I give up my job. And 4 years ago, I chose to give up my job because I could not support a system that I didn't believe in and I know was detrimental to my relatives. And so there has to be a complete overhaul of how healthcare is provided to all of us and all of our lands, not just in Rosebud, everywhere, not just in the Great Plains, everywhere. And respect has to be given. It's due to what our ancestors fought for and why we have these things available for us today. It's extremely disrespectful for the agency that is in existence because of these special arrangements that were made between our governments to do a thing that
You
they're
are saying
failing
basically
so miserably.
the Indian Health Service is failing.
The Indian Health Service is failing miserably. And it's the system. The system is not set up and is not compatible with providing innovative, state-of-the-art healthcare delivery that is available in this country today. There's absolutely no reason why the United States of America has the highest quality of healthcare and we get the lowest quality of healthcare provided in this nation. Absolutely unacceptable. We sit here and we talk about all these negatives, they're all interconnected.
Right.
And the root cause of that is 150, 200 years ago, our way of life, our identity was taken from us. And it created this, what we have to live in and fight for today. All of that was taken for us. So how do we overcome that? We need your help. We need people like you to, one, acknowledge that this is wrong. Educate the world from our perspective of what our history is. Help us spread that word, help us educate. And it means a lot that you're here today, so you're getting that education. And you have so much broader of a network and that's available to you that I'd ask that you take our voice, what's important to us back to these people to make it a reality, to fix what is going on.
All right, your voice today. Where's our revolution, people? We here? We broadcasting this? Okay. Okay. All right. Your voice will get out around the country today. Okay. And one of the issues that I feel very strongly about is just what you said, Evie. Promises were made, treaties were signed, and those promises were not kept. If elected president, we will keep those promises. All right, Evie has made a very forceful presentation. I wanted to open it up a little bit if people are interested on the issue of health care. What are your experiences with the healthcare system? I see a hand here right in the middle. Paul, get that gentleman. If you could stand up, sir. Yeah, right. Get him a mic. No, gentleman right behind you. We'll get to you in a minute. Okay, healthcare.
All right, well, healthcare. Yeah, IHS don't do such a great job. My sister had scoliosis for a while. She's been to the ER multiple times. And every single time except recently, she's came back with just painkillers. So, you know,
okay,
they slack it.
All right, she has a serious problem and she's not getting the attention that she needs.
Yeah, recently she has gotten laser surgery, so she is recovering and she's getting better. But at the time, IHS was not helping whatsoever.
Okay.
So, Senator, if I can just touch on a little bit. So, what he's sharing is a real life thing that we experience. A relative will go in to seek help for a condition and they're treated with pain medication because that is the most cost-effective way to treat that according to policy.
But it doesn't address the
So what
problem.
it does is then creates full-blown addictions, and then it overflows onto the family and the ability for that family to be healthy. This addiction caused by an entity that is supposed to be there to protect
All right,
us.
so you're
and
saying
help us.
that painkillers here are being given out in too great a number?
I am saying that
Yes.
painkillers are being used to treat conditions that require other
Right.
treatments
Got
that
it.
are readily available to everybody else in the United States.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Can I say something real
Healthcare,
quick?
woman over there, woman in black. Yeah. Paul, right over there.
Thank you, Bernie Sanders. I feel this is awesome talking to you. Hey, so, you know, what I hear going on here is, of course, across the Indian country, everywhere. The example of healthcare for me would be personally your example is you're going to Rapid City. So you got Rapid City, you got Indian Health Service in Rapid City. And that hospital has not been, that's the same hospital that my mother, she's gone, bless her soul, she stayed in there during the TB time, back in the 40s, 50s, or whatever it was. I remember that they incarcerated our people there for TB at one time. That hospital has never, I don't think, is still the same back since the 50s. They've never improved the health care there at that hospital. We all are, we go in there. I personally went in there for something in my leg and came out with cough syrup. So they're not they're not listening or whatever it is. There also is a person in the emergency room that can barely speak English. So this is what's happening in our country. What happens in Indian country is it's called substandard. It's been there since the 50s and 60s when our people were standing up and saying we have substandard health, substandard education, substandard. That's what the government has given us with their promises, is just substandard. They have never changed it. And so all of this is just the ill of the substandard care that the government gave us. No, we had all of that in place before colonization. We were we cared for our people. We knew the trees, we knew the medicines, we knew that was all taken from us, right? And then replaced into this Western medicine stuff that we never got. We never got that. We couldn't speak our languages. We never got that. They took our languages, so there's major gaps in our generations that are hurting us. So we couldn't pass those secrets down to our kids to stop the suicide. And so that's where we're at. You need to help raise from substandard thinking and care in our country, in our Indian country, to raise our substandard and get rid of that word altogether somehow and raise that consciousness.
Good. Thank you. Okay. CJ, with CJ. All right. I'd like CJ Clifford to come up and talk a little bit about some of the issues as he sees it.
Charles Tuna. You know, it's a great honor to be amongst you guys and be able to sit and talk, and in particular education. Some of that was covered immediately right away, and I want to thank Senator Sanders for opening it up on education. Education is a need that we have every day of our lives. You talk about inadequate funding of the Bureau of Indian Education, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Department of Interior, all the extensions that come that is supposed to deliver the dollar to us. I have a different way of telling my story than Chairman Steele does. What Chairman Steele's is the fact about delivering beef to my people in the early days, delivering sick beef to my people, and not all the beef that was awarded to us. While today it stands in the world of education is the same way. Today, out of the dollar, we receive 43 cents, and the government keeps 57 cents. And I have a $1 light bill in my school systems. I can't afford to pay for that. Let alone I still got to pay for my education, my students, and I got to pay my teachers. So here in the state of South Dakota and here in Indian country, the average wage is far below. We're one of the lowest paid states in the United States of America. One of the things that has beaten us is the so-called consultation that the government puts forward in Indian country. They come here and they say, we're going to consult with this item. And this item is what we brought to you. It's not what I want to talk about. It's what you're going to tell me what you're going to do, and this is what we're going to do. Well, today we found a way to battle that. And today, right now, we've taken the government to task in Indian education. But bringing it out with your negotiated rulemaking processes that go on through, and it comes from the senator's office. We need to put together a negotiated rulemaking, and we'll come up with some ideas. But still, even at the negotiated rulemaking level, it is still top-heavy with the bureaucrats weighing in more than it allows my people to have say-so, or my children. So, but if you can keep it open, just like you did, that is so beautiful to be able to ask them and lean out and ask, not just of the panel, there's so many questions.
CJ, what I believe in, look, at the end of the day, people know the problems in their own community more than Washington will know the problems. People need the resources, but your point is it cannot be the government telling the tribes what to do. There has to be common ground and working together, and I agree.
Yes, and you know, when we talk about the 43 and the 57, you as a senator appropriate X amount of dollars, but the people that work underneath you seem to take the majority of that money.
Right. Money is not getting to the people, it's going to the bureaucracy.
And before we get on too far, you know, you talked about the treaties, and one of the things in our life here is that we would, as Native people, like to see them treaties honored. Our Black Hills up there that you hear about and you're learning about, they're not for sale. And we want the world to know that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's hear from Mel Lonehill. Mel.
Testing 1, 2. Kokahia la koliwa ektelo. La kota tona ya hipi kelina ya itimba hel. Uyako re itimba hel. Dos que não se punhecha iwogra musipelo. The thing I said was, you know, that's my language, my first language, and that's my tradition, culture. And
let me ask you a question. Is that language being kept alive? Is it being taught to the children?
Yes.
It is.
Some say no, some say yes, but we're trying hard to put those back into our education system.
Okay.
Okay, the thing is the infrastructure. The infrastructure nationally and locally has deteriorated.
Yes.
You know, it's gone to the dogs. We don't have no infrastructure here due to lack of education, management, you know, all these things that come in this circle of Lakota. It's not there, or it's there, but it's hard to get anything because of the education. And then the first major problem that we have here is our health care. I am a vet. And I know there's a lot of vets out there that suffer the health care. I mean, we have the VA right here.
Does the VA do a decent job?
The VA hasn't done a darn thing, in my words, in my opinion. And then, locally.
Evie, is that your judgment as well, that the VA is not doing what it should be doing, or?
Our tribal members struggle very much with both systems, and to an extent, they're discriminated against because the IHS says we're payer of last resort, go to the VA, then the VA says the same thing, and then these vets who have fought for this country don't get the care that they need.
Okay. Mel,
So
could
they
you
both
continue? I didn't mean to interrupt you, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, now you go to the VA today, all the hospitals, I think there's 3 floors in a VA hospital. There's 3 floors of secretary. And here you go here, it's the same thing. The administration is top heavy, and the patients aren't cared for. We get sick, we're flown to Rapid City, Sioux Falls, Scotts Bluff, and we're stuck over there.
Let me ask you a question, if I might. Anybody wants to answer it. Does the head of the Bureau of Indian Affairs come here to talk to you?
No. They're so top heavy in the Aberdeen area that the money stays up there. Maybe 30% or 40% comes here for the infrastructure.
So the bureaucracy eats up a lot of the money.
Okay. So we have the major problem here on all the reservations, not locally here, but all Indian country. We only get 40 cents out of a dollar to operate the infrastructure that we have here.
Okay. Well, Mel, thank you very much.
Senator Sanders, if I may add,
Yes.
over here. Exactly one year ago today, the District of Columbia, D.C., Washington, D.C., enacted an educational law that says that all schools will teach Native American history in D.C., but they only enforced it within the D.C. area. I would like to see that particular law be mandatory for all states to teach Native American history.
And I think what CJ and others have talked about is the need to maintain and revive Native American culture. Is that an important issue? And that means making sure the young children know the language and the culture and the history of their people. Is that right? And we're not doing that to the degree we should be doing it now?
And non-Indians understanding that. That needs it. And right, but you have so many other things. I look in the crowd and Evie talk about the healthcare system. I know a young lady. I would like to call on and ask her if she would say a word or two about the healthcare system.
Who's that?
Miss May Rodriguez.
May Rodriguez?
May is a survivor of cancer, and I would like to have everybody give her a round of applause.
Well, hello, Mr. Sanders, and welcome to the reservation. Yes, I'm on Medicaid, and I'm a survivor of breast cancer, ductal breast cancer, and I just thank God today, by the grace of God, I'm still standing here before you and before my people. And the way I've gone out and had to do this with getting treatment for breast cancer was having to leave the reservation. And
You were unable to get the care that you needed here in this area.
Yes. So I left the reservation. I've gone to St. Louis. I've gone to Utah, and Utah is where and what our people need to understand when you're on Medicaid, you can go outside of here. You can leave. But the thing is, when I left, I had to, let them know that I was staying with somebody in a different state in order to have that Medicaid transferred there. So I've done that. And then when I went to Utah to try to, for the treatment there, which I received, and that's where I got the surgery, and
Right,
it was successful.
All right, but the bottom line, what I'm hearing you tell me is you could not get the treatment that you needed for breast cancer in this area.
Right, right.
Okay, well, that's
Right,
not
sir.
acceptable.
And-
That is not acceptable.
And may I please mention another thing before I close here? When you become President of the United States, we got a lot of hurting parents here. There's a lot of injustice that is done to our people, Mr. Sanders. My son was one of them, and he was murdered in Salt Lake City, Utah. And I'm bringing this out because I was told that that it was out of our jurisdiction here to receive justice for my son. And I was told over and over again by Greg Peterman that it was out of their jurisdiction. But since when are our children out of jurisdiction?
Thank you. All right, let me just say this. First of all, I want to thank all of the tribal leaders who have spoken. What I have heard loudly and clearly is there is a lot of pain in this community. There are a lot of people who are turning to drugs to escape the reality of their lives. There are a lot of children who may be giving up. And I want to say something to the kids, if I might. I know that there are temptations out there in drugs and alcohol and everything else. That is not going to solve the problem, all right? And what we have got to do under difficult circumstances, and I appreciate that the circumstances are difficult, you got to fight back, you got to get your lives in order, and you got to fight your way through this stuff. Because if you succumb to drugs and alcohol, there is not going to be much of a future. Is that right? All right. So please, I know it is hard. And if I'm elected, you're going to have the resources that you need to get the education that will benefit your lives. We're going to do the best we can to bring jobs into this community so people don't have to turn to crime in order to earn a living. We are going to significantly improve the health care system, because I think the point that Evie made is absolutely right. Treaties were negotiated, and quality health care is part of that treaty, all right? And that's what we're going to do. And I think, by the way, that's true not just for Indian country, it is true for every person in the United States of America. All right, we got a lot of work. We've got a lot of work to do. But the history of everything is that nothing ever good happens if people give up. If we give up, nothing good happens. I want every kid here to be studying hard with the hope and expectation you will get a good education and a good job. But you have got to continue the fight to make that happen. Nothing happens if people just complain. We got to stand up, be involved in the political process. All right, here's a promise, all right? If elected president, the head of the Indian Affairs Bureau will be here on this reservation. How's that? All right, I just want to thank again all of you for being here today, and I hope to see you again in the not too distant future. Thank you all very much.
All right, that was Bernie Sanders, and you saw that his town hall there was very emotional, very emotional. It's interesting to me too how he'll just cut people off. He tries to say, okay, let's get to the point. Oh, what happened there? All right, so let's jump into some of our local news next.
Smart eating habits, they start early in life typically, and one Valley group is doing what they can to start students on the right path early. Danielle Miller has a closer look at the foundation.
Oh, do you see the pepper? Here at the Phoenix Renews Garden, students are learning about healthy eating and sustainability, all thanks to the Mullen Foundation.
Students can grow the food, they harvest it, and then they can save the seeds for the next season.
Director of the foundation, Paige Mullen, says this garden was started in September from the ground up, and now nearly 25 to 30 students are here daily tilling the land.
We wanted to help the community out, and so we wanted to give something tangible, something that we could bring to them.
This Farm to Table collaborative is continuing to grow with the help from donations. This Sunday, for the first time, a celebrity golf tournament will be held at the Camelback Golf Club to raise funds for the foundation.
In this space right here, we're going to build a learning kitchen, and it will fit about 24 to 30 students, and we'll have cooking learning stations, and they'll harvest right from the garden behind us and cook food right here on site.
These students will even be able to take some of the food they make in this future kitchen home to their families. Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Getting a look now at newly unsealed evidence in the freeway shooting case. Leslie Merritt Jr., as you know, he was arrested and accused of the shootings, but the charges were eventually dropped. Tonight, we're getting our first look at the ballistics report that was the key to unraveling this case. Nicole Garcia joins us live with the latest. Nicole.
Defense attorneys released 2 motions today that were previously sealed, and these motions detail the opinions from a ballistics and a tire expert, and they reveal photos of the evidence in this case. Take a look.
This was the centerpiece of the case against Leslie Merritt Jr. Bullets pulled from the victim's vehicles. They are damaged and deformed because of the impacts. Investigators also seized Merritt's C9 Hi-Point 9mm pistol. This is what ballistics experts had to work with. A forensic analyst with DPS conducted tests on the evidence and concluded that the bullets were fired from Merritt's gun. A second analyst, Lucien Haig, conducted another round of tests with the same evidence. These are some of the bullets that were test-fired from Merritt's gun. Analysts examined the striations or the markings on the test-fired bullets and compared them to the striations on evidence bullets. Haig concluded the 4 evidence bullets could neither be excluded or identified as having been fired from Merritt's gun, and went on to say the DPS analysts' reports were insufficient to constitute an identification. The newly unsealed evidence also included a report from a tire expert who examined the tire of a BMW that had been shot. The driver reported the shooting happened on August 30th. That's when he said his tire pressure warning light came on. Merritt's gun was in a pawn shop at that time. DPS investigators concluded the shooting actually happened at an earlier date, and the tire pressure light came on days later because it was a run-flat tire. The tire expert, however, concluded that the car's warning light would have come on within 1 second of the bullet hitting the tire.
And we are expecting defense attorneys to release even more previously sealed evidence in the next 2 weeks. I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
We'll see you then, Troy. Thank you. Veterans returning home from work can have a difficult time adapting to civilian life. One Valley vet turned to mixed martial arts, known as MMA, for help.
He's competing in his first MMA competition this weekend and will retire the same day, so he can donate his kidney to his father. It's a remarkable story. Christy Siefkin has more tonight.
Army veteran Dustin Logan served 3 tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Qatar. He says his return home was anything but smooth.
You know, when people are overseas, they see things that no human being should ever have to see. And it's a struggle to the point where you close your eyes and you don't dream. It's just a nightmare.
Dustin says he was lost and looking for an escape. He found it at Fight Ready Gym in Scottsdale, where he's been training in mixed martial arts for over a year.
It really, really relaxes me. So whenever I'm pissed off, whenever I'm upset, whenever I'm having an issue, I just come to the gym and I hit some bags, or, you know, just being here is therapeutic.
Dustin will compete in his first and final MMA fight on Saturday. Retired from the ring, he can donate his kidney to his diabetic father, a gesture that's inspired both his colleagues and his coach.
It's just phenomenal what he's doing. I mean, he's got heart for sure, and he's a caring kid, that's for sure, and I'm glad to be a part of his journey.
Dustin's dad is flying cross-country to watch his son fight. Win or lose, Dustin says he'll return to the gym, a place he says has always felt like home.
This allowed me to get other outlets. This allowed me to open up to being regular again.
If you'd like to watch Dustin compete, he'll be fighting this Saturday at Wild Horse Pass Hotel and Casino in Chandler. The fight starts at 7:30 p.m. and tickets start at $25. I'm Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News. What a mess at Sky Harbor Airport, and that is an understatement. We begin with the Fox 10 News alert. Sky Fox live at the airport where passengers' bags are piling up. A problem with the TSA screening system is to blame for all of this, and flights are departing, but people are being forced to leave their luggage behind.
This is really a despicable scene. No matter who's to blame here, people heading to Sky Harbor are being encouraged to now just bring a carry-on. Forget checking the bag. When the checked baggage will reach their destinations, that's anyone's guess tonight.
Well, the TSA says there are major issues with the computer server that automated the baggage screening process. And Fox 10's Marcy Jones is live at the airport with the latest. I'm sure there are a lot of really fed up passengers right now.
There are, and you know what, guys, this is something that you really have to see to believe. When we got sent out here, I was like, there's no way it could be that bad. Look at it. It is that bad. It's full-blown bag palooza out here. There are more bags out here than a Costco superstore. They're from all over, too. We're checking the tags. We see Wichita, Albuquerque, St. Louis, Minnesota. I mean, literally from all over. Thousands and thousands of bags here in the special events parking lot. Now, they are waiting to be taken to San Diego or Tucson, we're told by the TSA, so that they can be possibly screened. Due to a TSA computer issue at Phoenix Sky Harbor, checked luggage may be doing more traveling than passengers. Because the airport can't properly screen bags, they're getting taken to other airports that can.
Those bags are being held. They will be transported by ground to other nearby airports. They'll be screened and then they'll be flown to their destinations. So they will eventually arrive at the destinations, but not with the passengers.
With an average of about 125,000 people passing through every day, that's a lot of bags. Sky Harbor Airport says due to the volume of luggage, you can expect a delay.
This time of year, a lot of people are traveling out of town for graduations and weddings and other special occasions. If you're doing that, you should make sure that you carry with you what you need for that special occasion. If you're going to wear a certain outfit, bring it with you on the plane. Don't put it in your checked luggage.
Even though traveling is always unpredictable, passengers say this is something they've never heard of before.
Made sure that these didn't get, these are my favorite shoes.
Well, they're beautiful. I
Thank
see
you.
why.
They're Carlos
Yes.
Santana, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
And
So-
my favorite shorts.
Yes. So this kind of throws, I mean, traveling is always unexpected. You
Yes.
never know what you're going to get, but this kind of throws even more of a wrench into it. When you found out what
sweating.
was going on. I know, you need, and you're
And
injured.
we're both injured.
And I'm
pregnant.
Oh my gosh. Now, of course, when you're traveling, there's always a lot of misinformation. Anyone you talk to has a different story. We can confirm from Julie Rodriguez, who's a spokesperson for Phoenix Sky Harbor, she said it is affecting all terminals. It's not just Terminal 4, which some people have been saying. It's all terminals. And also, we asked some of the passengers what airline personnel were telling them about their bags. Some of them said at least expect a 2-day delay on the other end. And lastly, there is no end in sight. They don't know when this issue could be fixed. So really, check, call before you head anywhere to make sure that you know exactly what to prepare for. Reporting live, Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
Attorney General Mark Brnovich says he is not going to postpone or cancel next week's special election, but he had some very harsh words for Secretary of State Michelle Reagan for failing to send out pamphlets explaining the pros and cons of the propositions on the ballot.
Some 400,000 people outside Maricopa County didn't get those pamphlets on time. Steve Kraft joins us live with the story. In the end, Steve, I guess they're just going to let the election go forward.
That's how it appears right now. We're at the state capitol. Behind me, the executive tower, and on the 7th floor, the office of the Secretary of State. Attorney Tom Ryan of Chandler challenged the election. Today, heated language you don't often hear. One government official calling out another one. The question for the Attorney General, did the Secretary of State mess things up so much the election should be moved to late this summer or even next November? Under state law, voters are supposed to get these informational pamphlets before their early voting ballots. But some 400,000 voters outside Maricopa County got those pamphlets late.
I cannot tell you how frustrated I am that we can't seem to get elections right here.
But when it comes to publicity pamphlets, the election law does not have a penalty built into it. So the AG says his hands are tied.
We do know that, and we do believe that the Secretary of State did indeed violate Arizona law. Unfortunately, there is nothing in the statutes that provide an adequate remedy.
Secretary of State Michelle Reagan's spokesperson says she was in meetings in Scottsdale today, unavailable to do interviews.
We're just as frustrated with the problem that we experienced with our publicity pamphlets. I will say that over the last couple of days, our office had begun some discussions with the Attorney General's office to kind of respond to the issues that were within the complaint, and we were a little bit surprised in that they had their press conference before they were able to get some of the details as to what occurred with the issuance of the publicity pamphlet.
The Secretary of State's office says it has fired the vendor responsible for failing to mail the publicity pamphlets on time. Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
The special election takes place May 17th, next Tuesday. There will be 2 propositions on the ballot. Prop 123, an education funding bill that increases the amount of money public schools get from the state land trust, and Prop 124 would change how pensions for public safety workers are funded. Polls open at 6 a.m. They will close at 7 p.m.
Governor Doug
A multi-million-dollar overpass just opened up north of Tucson, but this one's not for people. It's for wildlife. It's located in Oro Valley along Oracle Road. It is a 6-lane highway that has seen its fair share of animals being killed. Now, the goal is to keep both drivers and animals safe. Fox 10's Liz Kotelik has the story.
Just north of Catalina State Park, you'll find this overpass that's right above State Route 77. And although it might seem like a nice addition to your morning commute, this whole area surrounded by chicken wire because this is not for you. It's for them. Just a few weeks ago, cameras catching 2 deer crossing the newly opened bridge that taxpayers here in Tucson approved back in 2006. $9.5 million for this and an underpass, all solely for wildlife, and Game and Fish says proven to work.
For example, near Payson, some 10,000 elk crossed through a corridor like this in a 4-year period, and in Kingman, 5,000 bighorn sheep have used underpasses and overpasses to successfully cross the highways there.
And here are some of those sheep crossing in Kingman back in 2011. But it's not just in Arizona. There are structures like this in California, Montana, even in Florida, overseas in Canada and France and the Netherlands as well. But back here,
this map depicts the Tucson area.
Mark explains that traveling wildlife will help grow and maintain populations. And without the restrictions of roadways, he's seen animals journey for miles.
Just in the past year alone, we have seen bighorn sheep from the Push Ridge area, the Catalina Mountains, move all the way to the extreme tip of the rincons and then come back. We've also seen bighorn sheep in the Silver Mills and Watermans work their way to the Tucson Mountains where there haven't been bighorn sheep in 50 years.
But now the hope is to have that kind of success from the Catalinas to the Tortolitas, animals like mountain lions and sheep and even hopefully more deer, exploring the miles of land they share with all of us.
If they can move through corridors of movement, as they're called, to occupy habitat and make use of all the available territory, we're going to have healthier and larger wildlife populations.
Corridor to corridor travel may be the bigger issue here, but the immediate concern is safety. Mark says that Game and Fish found that more than 200 animals were killed on this road in a matter of 4 months. Not only dangerous for that wildlife, but also for the drivers behind the wheel. In Tucson, Liz Kotelik, Fox 10 News.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, hi, everybody. We're still at 100 degrees out there. The winds have calmed down nicely. As you can see here, 98 degrees in Scottsdale, 98 degrees at Fountain Hills, 97 in Deer Valley, still 100 in Glendale. In Ahwatukee, 101 degrees at the present time. High pressure in charge. We have another little front that's headed toward us that's going to turn things around just a little bit. And as you can see here, it's very, very quiet as far as the west is concerned. We have some wind gusts, but just in a few places today, not all over the state like we have had over the last few days. But take a look here as we start heading into the weekend. It is the eastern portion of the state that's going to see a little bit of moisture. That gets us into Saturday. And as we see, yeah, you can see that moisture, a couple of different shots of moisture right along that eastern border. 101 degrees is where we go for the high today. In Buckeye, 99 degrees. In Glendale, 100 degrees. In Scottsdale, 99 degrees. Other numbers around the state today, 86 in Prescott. We had 88 in Sedona, 84 in Payson, and 74 up in the Flagstaff area, 102 degrees down at Gila Bend. As we go through the night here, temperatures dropping off nicely. The sky will clear off as well, and we'll land somewhere near 70 degrees. We'll have maybe a mid-70s temperature overnight. We had 70 last night, 101 for the high today. 94 and 68 would be your normal high and low. There's your record at 109 on the high, record 48 on the low. Look at what we're forecasting for tomorrow, just about like we had today, 102, and a lot of these areas, 103, 104 degrees around the valley. So things are warming up just a little bit here, even in the mountains. Look at Sedona at 90 degrees. We have 76 degrees up in Flagstaff, 92 at Winslow, 87 at Prescott, and you can see those 100s. Look at the Gila Bend at 104 degrees for their forecast high. Once again, it is the east that's getting the moisture right near St. Louis, getting another shot earlier in the day today. And as you can see also, about a half an inch of rain in Chicago, about a half an inch of rain in Memphis on the day today. There is some flooding in the area and some flood watches and warnings, along with some severe thunderstorm watches and warnings as well, as that system pushes through there, and flash flood advisories, flash flood warnings through the area as well, with all of that moisture coming down. 71 degrees overnight, 102 is forecast for tomorrow. We'll back off of that with a 98 on Saturday, a 92 on Sunday, and an 89 on Monday. Watch your kids around water.
Hey everyone, Samia Khan and Ron Hoon here. Ron, have you seen this headline? There are a few articles out there that state that Donald Trump is viewed less favorably than Nickelback.
Yeah, I do see this, SK, and this is from PPP, that's Public Policy Polling. Now, I do believe in the business. They're known as a little bit of a Democrat-leaning polling organization. We should just state that, and we'll wait to see if they do a similar poll on how negative Americans view Hillary Clinton.
Interesting.
But today, they're going after Donald Trump, and it is fascinating. Do you want to go through these numbers?
Yeah, these numbers are really interesting. So 49% of people prefer root canals to Donald Trump. 54% of people prefer lice to Donald Trump.
Well,
and 39% prefer Nickelback to Donald Trump.
Okay. However, Trump does beat hemorrhoids let me see these numbers, 45 to 39% he comes out.
And also beating cockroaches as well. 46% to 42%. So, I mean, it's an interesting poll to say the least. They surveyed about 1,200 people during this poll, and I don't know. I mean, you have to keep things into perspective because at the end of the day, 11 million people have voted for Donald Trump in the primaries.
And have a sense of humor about it all. Now, I will just give one little caveat because you gave me this stuff and I dug into it. Just keep in mind that in this poll, there were actually 5% of voters nationwide who think that Ted Cruz is the Zodiac killer.
I did see that.
So, you know, before we put too much stock into it.
I just want to know how it felt to be polled. I'm like, do you prefer Donald Trump or hipsters? Do you prefer Donald Trump or traffic jams? Do you prefer Donald Trump or cockroaches?
Okay.
What a poll.
Be fair, poll against Hillary Clinton and these same items, guys, then we'll know for sure.
Let us know what you guys think. Are you for Donald Trump or for cockroaches? Let us know.
I love Ron Hoon, and he looks so sleepy in those videos. They crack me up. He's so sweet. All right, next, in case you missed it, I'm going to show you Hook in my video.
Hi all, Kinsey Schofield and John Hook here, and it is the most wonderful time of the year.
Christmas?
Basically. Senator Jeff Flake has released a list of studies that are federally funded that can only be described as, well, bizarre. What is this all about?
You know, he does this, and it's really good, I think, because he wants to illustrate where government is wasting your taxpayer money.
Right. I've put together a list of some of the strangest studies, but I've hidden a few fakes in the mix, and I want to see if you can. I want to see if you can.
Oh, it's a game show.
It is a game show.
Love it. Okay. Okay.
All right. So number one.
Oh, you're quizzing me now.
I'm quizzing you. So I'm giving you.
I didn't count on this. Okay.
3 options. One of them is fake. Are you ready?
Yes.
Where does it hurt the most to be stung by a bee? Why does walking with coffee cause it to spill? The science behind Kim Kardashian. One of those is fake.
Oh, man. The coffee one has got to be fake.
The coffee one is $172,000. They're spending
$172,000 to find out why coffee spills when you walk.
I know, lazy person.
Isn't that
it's
pretty
called
obvious?
A lid. It's called a lid. It's the science behind Kim Kardashian that I made up. They're spending $1 million on finding out where it hurts the most to be stung by a bee. Do Republicans and Democrats look different? Does Donald Trump tan? Do drunk birds slur when they sing? One of those is fake.
I think the Donald Trump is fake.
Good job, because we're spending $50,000 to determine if Republicans and Democrats look different, and we're spending $5 million to find out if birds slur when they're drunk and they sing.
How much on the Republican Democrat if they look different?
$50,000.
I think there's some actual use for that.
Really?
Wouldn't you like to know if you're at a cocktail party before you open your big trap?
What makes goldfish feel sexy? Why is yawning contagious? How many Twitter followers make you famous?
Goldfish sexy. I can't imagine you can even determine that.
Well, you know what? We spent $3.9 million trying to determine what makes goldfish feel sexy.
Are goldfish sexy?
I've never felt that way. And then we spent $1 million to determine why yawning is contagious, and I am very curious, but not $1 million curious. That's a lot of handbags. Could you outrun a dinosaur? How long does it take to pee like a racehorse? Do Nikes make you run faster?
All or false?
No, only the Nikes making you run faster. We spent $1.9 million to determine whether or not you can outrun a dinosaur. $331,000 on how long does it take to pee like a racehorse.
All right. Well, the racehorse one, after a long night at a bar, that may be valid. You may need to know that.
Right.
The outrunning the dinosaur, unless you're in the...
Unless you're Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, unless you're in the 5th sequel to Jurassic Park, I don't think you need to know that.
All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay.
Let us know how you did, because I'm sure you are going along with John Hook and I.
Are you guys as shocked as we are at how your money's being spent?
Absolutely.
That's great.
And for a full list of Senator Jeff Flake's fun list, check out fox10phoenix.com. Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Kinsey. Good stuff. I mean,
laughs.
Yeah. Well, they're inventing ways to spend your money, folks. Isn't it great? Isn't Washington grand?
I'm sad because at the end of that video, Jen Hook collapsed. He's like, oh. But alas, I'm sad that you didn't get to see that. All right, so local or nationally, I have no live feeds. There's no breaking news. Locally, I don't have any live feeds either. Makes me kind of sad. So I've been reading TMZ. Here's a story from Caitlyn Jenner. I'm not transitioning back to a man. That would be horrific if that was a mistake. Kylie and Tyga have split. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Black Hawk down. And then George Zimmerman relisted his gun that Samia was just talking about. TMZ says he relisted that gun, asking for trouble. Something about Black China. She's gross. I don't care. So that's an update on your entertainment news. You and I reading TMZ together. Let's take a look at, if you are loving the political stuff we bring you, let's take a look here. At some of our, well, no. Oh, I accidentally pulled up the Bighorn Sheep Crossing in Tucson. That's adorable. I will forever love that video. Actually, let's look at some of our AZAM stuff. Are you watching us in the mornings? AZAM 4:30 to 10. Let's take a look at AZAM Prom Mom. I can't wait to see what this is about.
Well, it's prom time.
It is.
And trendy this morning, prom is a special one, as you know, for all high school students.
It is.
So one woman never got to go to her prom.
Well, so her son made sure that she didn't miss out. Talk about a sweet kid, right? She raised him right. He took her to his prom.
And her name, Melro, joining us on the phone now to tell us what happened. Hey, Melro, good morning.
Great morning.
Well, first of all, we're showing your picture to the right of us. You look like a supermodel.
Thank you.
You're gorgeous.
It's hard to believe you didn't go to the prom. You must have turned down a lot of offers.
Oh, gosh. Thank you so much. I'm over here blushing. It was really a magical night for sure.
Okay, so tell us how this all happened. He just decided he wanted to make sure that you had the experience of prom?
It was a little deeper than that. I grew up in the foster care system and had a pretty rough childhood, and my son knew about my childhood because I'm now an advocate and a speaker, so he's probably heard my story a little bit too much, but in all sincerity and seriousness, I really feel like he was led to kind of gift me that because he knows I've had a harder childhood and then became a teen parent straight out of the foster care system and was pregnant with him around my own prom time. And so when he was 12, he, asked me, Mom, would you like to go to prom with me when I get older? And at the time, I really thought he was like trying to get another PlayStation game. So I really didn't take him seriously. But then when he was 17 in the fall last year, he said, Mom, what do you think about going to prom? I'm actually serious. And I was amazed by his selflessness and his kindness. And we reached a middle ground. I said to him, I'd love to go to your prom and pick you up on that, but I'm not going to stay more than an hour because I do want you to at least be able to enjoy your night. So I just believe him knowing my background and knowing that I was pregnant with him around my prom time is what led him to make that decision. And I explained to him that I don't feel like I lost out on anything because when I knew when I was pregnant that I would be giving up a lot, and it was a labor of love, if you will. But it's inside of me. It was an unspoken dream that I'd always wanted to go to a prom. So
well,
I'm really glad. Yeah.
That we've been showing the pictures. You look beautiful. Your son is so handsome, and you clearly have instilled great values and morals in him. He's a direct reflection of you.
And congratulations on raising a wonderful boy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melrose.
Thanks for your story.
Oh, thanks. Take care.
You too.
I love our morning show. Andrea and Rick interviewing Melrose about taking her son to the prom. Well, he technically took her to the prom. And the next story is, this is Rick talking to Solar Impulse 2 as they're actually off in the sky after they've taken off. Watch this.
Good morning, Skipper. It's a beautiful morning for flying, isn't it?
It's absolutely gorgeous. Well, in the beginning, I did not see a lot besides the lights of the city of Phoenix. And after 2 hours, there was the sunrise exactly in front of me because I'm flying east. Absolutely gorgeous above the canyons, above the landscapes that I like so much between Phoenix and Albuquerque.
Wow, sounds beautiful to me. I wish I were in the cockpit there with you. What did you do while you were here in Phoenix during your stay?
You know, we like Phoenix very much because we were here already 3 years ago, and we came back 2 years ago for a Google site, guys. So we have some friends here. We went with some friends, the Apache Trail with motorcycles. We tried some electrical bicycles. We visited Sedona. We have a friend who took us with a helicopter. So we had really good time here.
Wow, that sounds wonderful. We're going to be in
and
the...
also one thing.
Yes.
Another thing, I have to tell you, I went to visit the Solana solar power plant.
Okay.
And that was very, very impressive. It's about 60 miles southwest of Phoenix. And they provide electricity from solar origin, completely clean, for 70,000 households. So it's really something beautiful to see. That's the future.
It is the future, and it's amazing. And many of us who drive to San Diego for a vacation pass it along Interstate 8 there, and it is an amazing sight to see in itself. And it's wonderful that we're moving forward into solar. And that's what you're proving on your flight around the world, too, is that solar energy is the energy of the future. Have you had any real challenges in your around-the-world flight this time?
You know, this Solar Impulse airplane is a prototype. It's a completely experimental adventure. It has never been done before. So, of course, we are pushing the limits of the clean technologies to their ultimate application. So, in a sense, it's a miracle, because this airplane with no fuel can fly day and night. You charge the batteries and run the engines during the day, so in the night you fly with the batteries and you continue the following day. It has unlimited endurance. Now, of course, there are moments where it's difficult because to make it so energy efficient, we have very big wings, we fly slowly, we're sensitive to turbulence or crosswind, so we cannot fly all the time. Sometimes, like for example today, I'm flying to Tulsa instead of Kansas City because there was too much crosswind, so we had to readapt our flight path. So in a sense, we are showing what the future can be, but it's true that we are pioneers and explorers, so it's the early beginning for this type of flying.
Right. One last question, because we're short on time. Your last name is Picard, first name Bertrand Picard. Any relation to Jean-Luc Picard?
Absolutely. You know, Jean-Luc Picard from Enterprise in Star Trek was named after the twin brother of my grandfather, because Jean Picard came in the U.S. He built the first stratospheric balloon in the U.S., and now there is a branch of my family in the United States. And it's a big honor for our family to have Jean-Luc Picard named after us.
Well, I'm honored to speak with you. Thank you so very much, and Godspeed on your adventure. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much, and goodbye to all our friends in Phoenix.
Yeah, good morning. This past hour, it's been a really active scene. We had the medical examiner here, as well as they were towing a couple of vehicles from this scene. It all started as a standoff around 9:30 last night. We do know that one person was detained and they were being questioned. We also know that there was a shot fired at some point, and right now deputies were saying that this may be related to that officer-involved shooting that took place on Saturday. Deputy Brian Wisda was conducting a suspected DUI stop when he was shot at multiple times by somebody who was driving by. He was hit in his leg and was taken to the hospital. He was released from the hospital on Monday, and he is now recovering. And again, right now, officers are saying that this may be related to the shooting that happened on Saturday. So as soon as we get that information, we will update you. And in about an hour and a half, Sheriff Joe Arpaio is going to be holding a press conference at the MCSO headquarters to give a little more information on this as well. So we'll keep you updated. Ron, back to you.
All right, Courtney, thanks. Now,
that is not what I meant to play. What I wanted to play, and our internet's been down, so hopefully my internet will work. What I wanted to play was the update to that story. The last update we had from that story. I saw it during our noon broadcast. Here, right here. About this. Authorities have identified the man suspected of shooting a sheriff's deputy. Oh, that's not me. I was trying to turn that button. Authorities have identified the man suspected in shooting a sheriff's deputy and then taking his own life. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office identified 51-year-old Robert Walza as the suspect in the shooting. MCSO says Walza shot Deputy Brian Wisda during a traffic stop on the morning of May 7th. Deputy Wisda was operating a DUI patrol when another vehicle drove by. Do you hear how much yelling is happening in my newsroom? I'm so sorry. There's a debate about Sky Harbor Airport. Hold on, I'm eavesdropping. The system. Certain people are reporting that the system is starting to improve at Sky Harbor Airport, so eavesdropping. All right, so back to the story. Let me show you a photo, actually, while I have your attention. Oh, here it is from the noon. Is this a video?
Apple invests $1 billion in Uber's China competitors. Basically, Chinese Uber. $1 billion.
And the Sheriff's Department has just identified the man who they say shot a deputy at a DUI stop over the weekend. He's identified as 51-year-old Robert Walesa. When detectives tried to arrest him yesterday in Tempe, he shot and killed himself. Deputies believe he had been arrested for DUI last week and then hours later shot the deputy at a DUI stop in an act of revenge. That deputy survived and is recovering at home.
That is what I was looking for. That was the video I wanted to bring you, and not the Outback Steakhouse video. I apologize. Sorry, do you need me to play something, or? Technical difficulties. So that's the video I wanted to bring you, although I look for any excuse to look at Courtney. She's beautiful. All right, so we have a few more minutes here tonight. So I'm going to play for you. I'm going to play for you once I get there. Dave Muncie's forecast again.
AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncie on Fox 10 News.
Well, hi, everybody. We're still at 100 degrees out there. The winds have calmed down nicely. As you can see here, 98 degrees in Scottsdale, 98 degrees at Fountain Hills, 97 in Deer Valley, still 100 in Glendale. In Ahwatukee, 101 degrees at the present time. High pressure in charge. We have another little front that's headed toward us. That's going to turn things around just a little bit. And as you can see here, it's very, very quiet as far as the west is concerned. We have some wind gusts, but just in a few places today, not all over the state like we have had over the last few days. But take a look here as we start heading into the weekend. It is the eastern portion of the state's going to see a little bit of moisture. That gets us into Saturday. And as we see, yeah, you can see that moisture, a couple of different shots of moisture right along that eastern border. 101 degrees is where we go for the high today. In Buckeye, 99 degrees. In Glendale, 100 degrees. In Scottsdale, 99 degrees. Other numbers around the state today, 86 in Prescott. We had 88 in Sedona, 84 in Payson, and 74 up in the Flagstaff area, 102 degrees down at Gila Bend. As we go through the night here, temperatures dropping off nicely. The sky will clear off as well, and we'll land somewhere near 70 degrees. We'll have maybe a mid-70s temperature overnight. We had 70 last night, 101 for the high today. 94 and 68 would be your normal high and low. There's your record at 109 on the high, record 48 on the low. Look at what we're forecasting for tomorrow, just about like we had today, 102, and a lot of these areas, 103, 104 degrees around the valley. So things are warming up just a little bit here, even in the mountains. Look at Sedona at 90 degrees. We have 76 degrees up in Flagstaff, 92 at Winslow, 87 at Prescott, and you can see those 100s. Look at the Gila Bend at 104 degrees for their forecast high. Once again, it is the east that's getting the moisture right near St. Louis, getting another shot earlier in the day today. And as you can see also, about a half an inch of rain in Chicago, about a half an inch of rain in Memphis on the day today. There is some flooding in the area and some flood watches and warnings, along with some severe thunderstorm watches and warnings as well, as that system pushes through there, and flash flood advisories, flash flood warnings through the area as well, with all of that moisture coming down. 71 degrees overnight, 102 is forecast for tomorrow. We'll back off of that with a 98 on Saturday, a 92 on Sunday, and an 89 on Monday. Watch your kids around water.
All right, so next I'm going to take you live to Sky Harbor Airport. So this is what we were just debating in the newsroom. Some people are reporting that the system is slowly starting to function again at Sky Harbor Airport. So we've got a live look at it. Looks like they are at least attempting. But this is a live look at Sky Harbor Airport, where earlier today, oh, I can show you that in the corner actually. Take a look at this report from earlier today about Sky Harbor Airport.
A mess at Sky Harbor Airport, and that is an understatement. We begin with the Fox 10 News alert. Sky Fox live at the airport where passengers' bags are piling up. A problem with the TSA screening system is to blame for all of this, and flights are departing, but people are being forced to leave their luggage behind.
This is really a despicable scene. No matter who's to blame here, people heading to Sky Harbor are being encouraged to now just bring a carry-on. Forget checking the bag. When the checked baggage will reach their destinations, that's anyone's guess tonight.
Well, the TSA says there are major issues with the computer server that automated the baggage screening process. And Fox 10's Marcy Jones is live at the airport with the latest. I'm sure there are a lot of really fed up passengers right now.
There are, and you know what, guys, this is something that you really have to see to believe. When we got sent out here, I was like, there's no way it could be that bad. Look at it. It is that bad. It's full-blown bag palooza out here. There are more bags out here than a Costco superstore. They're from all over, too. We're checking the tags. We see Wichita, Albuquerque, St. Louis, Minnesota. I mean, literally from all over. Thousands and thousands of bags here in the special events parking lot. Now, they are waiting to be taken to San Diego or Tucson, we're told by the TSA, so that they can be possibly screened. Due to a TSA computer issue at Phoenix Sky Harbor, checked luggage may be doing more traveling than passengers. Because the airport can't properly screen bags, they're getting taken to other airports that can.
Those bags are being held. They will be transported by ground to other nearby airports. They'll be screened and then they'll be flown to their destinations. So they will eventually arrive at the destinations, but not with the passengers.
With an average of about 125,000 people passing through every day, that's a lot of bags. Sky Harbor Airport says due to the volume of luggage, you can expect a delay.
This time of year, a lot of people are traveling out of town for graduations and weddings and other special occasions. If you're doing that, you should make sure that you carry with you what you need for that special occasion. If you're going to wear a certain outfit, bring it with you on the plane. Don't put it in your checked luggage.
Even though traveling is always unpredictable, passengers say this is something they've never heard of before.
Made sure that these didn't get, these are my favorite shoes.
Well, they're beautiful. I
Thank
see
you.
why.
They're Carlos Santana, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
And
So-
my favorite shorts.
Yes. So this kind of throws, I mean, traveling is always unexpected. You never know what you're going to get, but this kind of throws even more of a wrench into it. When you found out what was going on. I know, you need to, and you're injured.
We're both injured.
And I'm
pregnant.
Oh my gosh. Now, of course, when you're traveling, there's always a lot of misinformation. Anyone you talk to has a different story. We can confirm from Julie Rodriguez, who's a spokesperson for Phoenix Sky Harbor, she said it is affecting all terminals. It's not just Terminal 4, which some people have been saying. It's all terminals. And also, we asked some of the passengers what airline personnel were telling them about their bags. Some of them said at least expect a 2-day delay on the other end. And lastly, there is no end in sight. They don't know when this issue could be fixed. So really, check, call before you head anywhere to make sure that you know exactly what to prepare for. Reporting live, Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
All right, so just to, I wonder if we can hear her. I don't see her audio on here. So just to reiterate, what we've heard is that these, in the background you can see security slowly getting that, or those machines that they said were malfunctioning, they're slowly getting those machines to function. I think I am Mercy. Or I think she. Well, perhaps. And,
Just as long as the golf is
all right, so just to give you a recap, what we have now is that we believe that Sky Harbor has fixed the glitch. Over 3,000 bags did not go with their people on their journey today. In fact, they were sent above and beyond to like San Diego and Tucson to then be sent where they needed to go, to be screened and then sent where they needed to go. So a mess at Sky Harbor today, but it looks like everything's getting fixed. It's 9 o'clock. We're Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Fox 10 News Now, fox10phoenix.com. Follow us on Twitter, like us on Facebook. Typically, we go from breaking news to breaking news. Satellites in Boston, New York, LA. It was a slow night, so I apologize. Also, where have you been, Donald Trump? You are usually our go-to, and you are MIA having closed-door meetings with Paul Ryan. We need you. So, Fox 10 News Now, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for tuning in. And it's safe to travel, I guess, now. Grab your Louis Vuitton luggage.